The 2025 World Surf League Championship Tour continues in Australia, where surfing is a cultural touchstone woven into the coastal fabric of the continent.
Oh, look at this set. It's pretty solid, man. 2 waves.
For the world's best, the pressure is mounting as the fight for the final 5 intensifies and the mid-season cut looms on the Outback's horizon. Fate will unfold across stops at Bells Beach, the Gold Coast, and Margaret River. 3 events on 3 different coasts, showcasing the iconic, diverse, and powerful waves Oz has to offer.
Oh my God!
This season, the inaugural Aussie Treble comes to life as men's and women's competitors chase another prize down under. After a 5-year hiatus, the world's elite return to the legendary Gold Coast, a spiritual home of surfing's most high-performance waves. The festival energy will ignite the beach, and in the water, history will be written. At the 2025 Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM.
Happy Sunday from Burleigh Heads. We're here for the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. And we are seeing the world's best make their way in after some warm-ups. Jack Robinson, Baron Mamiya, Julian Wilson made his competitive return yesterday, but will have to fight his way through the elimination round. Big congrats for Connor O'Leary, welcoming his first child to the world. And Connor will have to bounce back too through the elimination round as we see Sawyer Lindblad getting set for that first heat of the elimination round for the women. She'll be up against Luana Silva, who got second down at Bells Beach. And look out, Morgan Siblick's on site. Some big news there as well, but another nice morning here. Huge day of competition to kick us off and promising signs for getting underway on day 2 of the window. Ronnie Blakey joined by Laura Annabo, Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Laura, how you going?
Yeah,
how was your evening?
It was good. I just got out there for a little early this morning. There's so many fun waves on offer.
Yeah, it looks fun and some really strong performances in that warm-up session. Bugs, we were talking about it before we came on camera yesterday. Great performances. The Gold Coast just frees people up. It gets them right in that attack mode.
Definitely brings out the best in everyone surfing. I mean, that's where it's a level playing field. Everyone feels free here to express themselves, and you know, you're in board shorts.
Mate, thank you for having us. Thank you for having us. Laura, for you, who stood out yesterday? Who kind of blew your mind with their performances?
Oh, I would have to just go with, on the women's side, Molly Pickham. Obviously, just getting, you know, coming out of Bells. She had fire in her eyes, you know, just went out there, 8-point right off the bat, and then obviously Italo Fiera. Yeah, that was amazing surfing by him.
Yeah, he was incredible, Bugs. He's been amazing through the opening stages of the season. Little trip up down at Bells, but, you know, he still had an excellent ride down at Bells, despite the fact that he did stumble. But here he just reignited that flame.
Well, yes, that heat was the outstanding heat of the day. I mean, all 3 of them would have won pretty much every other heat. Liam O'Brien, you know, Julian Wilson would have won every other heat. So that was a gnarly heat.
Let's talk about Julian for a bit, because we haven't seen him in a competitive jersey, a CT jersey, in some time. Have seen him in some regional QS events. But what did you make of his performance, and has he lost anything?
Definitely not lost anything. I watched him through the trials, and he looked on song. And yesterday, even though he got 3rd in that heat, he's surfing this morning. He has not lost one bit. I mean, and this is what happens. I saw it with Josh Kerr. I saw it with Mick Fanning, like a couple of years after being off the tour. They're freed up and they're just surfing.
So cool.
Unbelievably well.
Yeah, well, for me, Julian's a little bit more like Mick than maybe Josh. Josh sort of went the twin fin route, and he surfs those boards brilliantly, and in conditions this size, he was a threat in those trials. But Julian's so disciplined, like Mick, and he's really stayed on top of his performances in recent times. His free surfing clips have been amazing. I think he's got a great shot, but it's going to be a big elimination round heat for him. We'll talk more about that in a moment. We are going to get the first heat of the women's elimination round underway here with Nadia Aristabe representing the Basque Country. She'll be out there in the white jersey. We've got Soya Lindblad, who had a slip up with priority in the opening round and finds herself here. She's in the red jersey. And Luana Silva, who had that amazing second place finish down at Bells, her first CT final, comes crashing back down to earth from that huge high and finds herself here in the elimination round. She'll be super inspired to progress out of this one.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was even kind of talking to it yesterday. You know, making your first final is such a, you know, big thing emotionally, as we see first wave of the heat. Soya Lindblad starting on the inside.
Such a strong backhand. Soya drives up into the section, climbs up over the lip. This wave's starting to slow up for her now. She'll tap into that amazing backhand rhythm, and she drives off the bottom for the finish, and a really positive start for Soya.
Yeah, I feel like yesterday her body language walking back to the car, I was kind of walking behind her and she was just kind of shaking her head. Couldn't believe that she sort of let that slip up happen at the end of the heat with priority. Betty Lou obviously only needed, I think, a mid-range 5 and was able to get it with about a minute to go under priority.
A positive start for Soya. We'll see how Luana goes here. Good looking wall, couple of big sections, and that has been the key to Luana's success in the last event in particular, throwing down big turns and being massively rewarded for it. And Nadia getting in on the mix too. So a great exchange to kick things off here on day 2 of the event window. It's just after 7:30 a.m. here. Grey skies, but clean conditions. A nice texture on the water, and it's allowing these competitors to really throw some great turns at us.
It's pretty much a carbon copy of yesterday. I mean, that first exchange there, it's lost nothing from yesterday.
Yeah, so looking at this wave from Soya off the top there and just coming around the section and gets a nice sort of tap there, but nothing too critical. She was kind of just working this wave through to see if it was going to give her anything punchy. And, you know, obviously 4 turns here, finished off really nice. But I look at Luana's and Nadia's first opening exchange, and they had 2 turns, but you'd say a lot more punch to them. So, you know, Luana, these have been her go-to big hacks. And then Nadia here also, her wave just stood up and kind of gave her more of a cupped out lip to hit.
Yeah, she did really well with it. Feels though, Bugs, that sometimes, you know, it's quality over quantity, and while each of the competitors had a bit of room to move, there was that extra venom in the attack from Luana Silva.
Yeah, most definitely, and yesterday, you know, like, though the judges will set the scale, I mean, that is a challenging exchange there to set the scale for the whole day. But
sure is.
I feel that if it's in the same vein as yesterday, that Luana will have the edge.
Waiting on those numbers to come through. We've got one of our competitors, one of our favourites in the event after a stunning first round performance. Molly Picklum with Vaughan is going to give us an update on what the conditions are doing.
Thanks, Bronny. Yeah, we're coming to you from the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Molly Picklum, you've just come in from the water. The call is on, of course, women's elimination rounds, followed by the men's elimination rounds. Women on standby as well. How's the surf this morning?
Yeah, there's clean lines out there for sure. It's a little small, but like I think for sure there's waves to be surfed and scores to be had. I'm not sure what happened at the start of this heat, but it sounds like they've already had a couple scores. But yeah, I mean, if we're on, then cool, let's do it. And if we're not, then we're stoked, because I think there's some good waves coming.
There is good waves coming. Great to see you out there this morning, and great to see your performance yesterday now that you've had the night to reflect on it.
Yeah, for sure. I woke up this morning and Fletcher and I on the bikes riding down. I was like, we did good yesterday. But it's a full reset, and to be able to back it up and do it again and again and again, right? So, yeah, bringing that energy for today, and let's see.
Nice work. Thanks for sharing your time with us.
No, thank you.
Thank you, Vaughan. So that's the story, folks. We're going to get through the elimination rounds for both women and men, and then we've got those following rounds on standby currently. So we'll see what the conditions do throughout the day. But the numbers are in for the opening exchange. Luana Silva banks a 5.67, strong as we thought in a short amount of space. 5.17 for Soya Lindblad. But from the judges' perspective, There must have been some real appreciation for the work that Nadia Aristabe did on her opening ride. She gets the best of the exchange, 6.67. She does have a great backhand. We've seen it put the fantastic use at Snapper Rocks. She's brought it north, and it's looking sharp.
Yeah, I mean, I really love this wave. It was the third wave of the set, and I feel like it just really hit the bank. It cupped out, like I said, and she got that really nice first turn that she just laid into, and then I think a lot of the score came from this, where she was able to free up the fins here and let that slide. So that was really critical, and I think that's what the judges are just really excited about.
Yeah, the angle that we saw Luana's wave was much more straight on, so you got to see really just how acute she pinged those turns off the top. But Nadia there, you can see there's a lot of speed through the first turn, and I think, like we said, you know, from the judges' perspective, there would have been that tweak on the tail through the second turn. Bit of risk involved in that, and as a result, the healthiest number of the heat so far, but a great way to kick things off here, Bugs. Nice exchange to kick things off, and that's what you want to see. The set's coming in threes.
A great exchange and a three-way set, and I think Laura nailed it there, because what happened on that third wave of the set, there was that draw off the bank, and it had that little Burleigh top to bottom section and square off the bottom, and Nadia absolutely just made the most of that. It was only a short ride, only 2 manoeuvres, but it's quality.
Yeah, and I love her equipment. Looks so good under her feet. You know, she it almost looks like her boards have a bit more volume, but she's able to just get that speed and drive through the turns. And I think the way that she was able to combo that up would have felt really good on that last wave. And the judges loving it. I think they're looking for those combos out here. You know, even just seeing these scores. Obviously, Sawyer, you know, she got four turns in, but then yeah, Nadia's just speed to speed. You know.
And the message is really that it is quality over quantity, because Sawyer, I was quite impressed with that first ride. I thought those 3-4 manoeuvres were pretty solid, but then Luana outpointed her by half a point with that one great last turn, and then Nadia just, wow, she just a 6.67, good opener.
Judging components on screen for you there. I mean, combos is where it's at.
Yeah.
Those big individual turns, you've got to do something truly exceptional to break into the excellent range. We did see a couple of surfers going huge yesterday. Ian Gentile jumps to mind. But, yeah, I really feel like each of these competitors, especially on a point breaks, looking for at least 2 big solid hits that they can string together to max out the score line. But great to have Surfline on board with us and giving us fantastic predictions on what's coming our way through each of the events. And we're going to have a little look at what is basically predicted to unfold through the rest of the event window. It's looking pretty nice. Got that mid-period southeast trending short period east swell that's giving us some consistency and waves in the head-high range at the moment, but some promising signs toward the back end of the window as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of the surfers, even yesterday, were saying that, you know, being able to see a forecast where you have waves, you know, for days next week, it's super exciting. You can see that, you know, that swell coming up. Bugs, you're the local. Talk us through what you're expecting from this forecast.
Well, the swell is going to trend more easterly, and that's a good sign. I mean, the more southerly the swell is, the more of a glancing blow we get. They might say it's a 3-metre south swell, but it'll only be 3 feet coming into the Gold Coast.
Yeah, then it switches east. And
the east is the go.
Yeah, wow.
East is the go, so you can see this morning 4 to 6 foot faces throughout the afternoon. It does come up a little bit, but you know what we're loving is the wind at the moment, Bugs. It's beautifully offshore, groom conditions, and we talked about the competitors having fantastic freedom on the open face.
Well, this is a great time of year for Burleigh, because, you know, you're always going to start with that crisp sou'wester in the morning. Loves a sou'wester. It'll trend southerly throughout the mid-morning, and then we'll get that southeaster in the afternoon, but it doesn't affect the rock break area.
Yeah, no, that was the cool thing about yesterday afternoon. You know, so much you know, fluff on the water out the back, but the faces were so clean.
Kept its form on the inside. And this is Nadia. She's had a gutful of these early round heats. She wants to get to the final series of a CT event, using her opportunities as a replacement competitor. And she has backed up her 6.67 nicely there. She's had 3 cracks at CT events prior to this one. She's taken home a couple of 9ths and a 17th. So she's obviously super inspired. Wants to make the most of this opportunity. Relishing the experience, though, isn't she? Big smile on her face every time you see her as we go to the Bonsoy replay of that second ride.
Yeah, I think she just wanted to get something under her belt to put some more pressure on. You know, had third priority here, so, you know, it's going to come in at a, you know, mid-range score, well, around that 3.5. But I think just wanting to just squeeze the other ladies a bit more.
Yeah, without ultimate priority, Bugs, it's not a bad plan. And we touched on it yesterday. You know, this isn't a head-to-head heat. There's 2 spots that'll progress through in this clash, and Nadia wants to make sure she's got at least one of them.
Yeah, well, it'll really depend on how she plays it right now because, you know, she won the first exchange. She won it well. And then she's backed it up with that 3.5. And now we'll see how she plays the priority because she'll go out there into third priority. Will she keep roving, or will she try to get into that rotation?
I mean, I think the cool thing about these heats now, I know a lot of the surfers spoke to it yesterday, they're trying to work out Burleigh, some of these surfers that haven't been here before while they're in the heats, you know, and even Idolo was saying that he was a bit lost out at the start of his heat and he was kind of just keeping an eye on where Liam O'Brien was sitting and what he was doing and what the waves were that he was looking at, and it's cool because you can obviously sit deeper up the point, but then you can get these wider ones that can have a lot of opportunity on the paddle back out, which is really, really cool and dangerous. Look, Nadia here. Fortunately, that was a bit too wide, that one. But yeah, Bugs, have you ever sort of been paddling out here and just jagged an absolute bomb wide one?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's a feature of Burleigh. It's really tidal. On the lower tide, there are probably about 3 different takeoff spots on the point. As the tide comes in, though, it sort of compresses and it moves in and migrates a bit further north. So it is tricky, but, you know, the other factor here is that we've had these squalls coming through. On the other side of the squall, you get that glass off and it goes crisp again.
Yes.
Well, we talk about the honour roll at each of the CT events, and while competition has moved up and down the Gold Coast, you know, the honour roll here is a super impressive one, going all the way back to the late 70s. Bugs, Margot Oberg, victorious. Wendy Botha had multiple victories on the Gold Coast. It was good to her. But some of the greats listed, it's a fantastic honour roll to add your name to. Someone's going to get that opportunity here, but you know, some highly respected former competitors on that list. Some of your surfing heroes, Laura.
Yeah,
Rochelle
absolutely.
Ballard.
Yes.
Lynette McKenzie, Serena Brooke, Lane Beachley.
All my posters on the wall when I was younger.
Jodie Cooper, Lisa Anderson.
I remember one time, you know, I was running the event and, you know, the guys are blowing up and the surf was perfect with barrels, and I said, I'm going to put this heat out there, and it was Rochelle Ballard and Lisa Anderson. They went out there and Rochelle got a 5-second barrel.
Wow, yes.
I went, case closed.
We love it. So the situation out there in the lineup at the moment, it is Nadia Aristabe. She's leading 3.5 on that second ride. Luana needs a 4.5. Sawyer Lindblad doesn't need a whole lot to jump up in the second at the moment. Kaipo, there is so much happening here at Burleigh Heads. Where are you this morning?
It's epic, right? Ron, I'm here at the Surfboard Empire Pro Shop, the pop-up shop. We got all the official event merchandise over here. We got the latest drops from Vissla and Florence, and in addition to that, for all you surfboard turkeys, peep this. Check it out. We got all the pros boards, the replica boards. We got Aaron Brooks. We got Gabriella Bryant, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Cole Hausman's got some great airbrush on his board. Crosby Colapinto, Griffin Colapinto. We got more. John Florence, we miss you, John. But Nathan and Mom John, I've seen them around. You might see them here at Surfboard Empire. Tyler Wright, Gabe Medina's boards. We got Baron Mamiya. They're all available for purchase. They're replicas of the actual pros boards, all stickered up. Pretty cool. Look at Shane Horan even here with the Rad Zapper.
Man, look at that thing. Shane Horan. a resident on the Gold Coast. We love it, Kipes.
That's so
Gonna
cool.
have to check them out. They're really cool. So they're the exact replicas of the boards that the competitors ride in the event. They're all stickered up and they're available. So yeah, definitely worth checking those out.
I mean, that's kind of blows my mind in a way, because I'm flashing on what would have happened back in our day, right? What would have happened is that those boards would have disappeared because we would have needed them for the heat.
Exactly. Well, also, people should know, you buy the John board, you get a signed yellow jersey.
Doesn't mean you're going to surf like him, though.
Well,
Yeah.
it helps.
You put that yellow jersey on.
Yeah, exactly. Seen Gabriella Bryan lately,
Yes,
surfing like a world champ.
she really is. Wow, and she was an amazing, strong showing yesterday as well.
She was. So 17 minutes to go, we had a flurry in the opening stages of this heat. A three-wave set that all competitors capitalised on. They dropped good numbers. But Nadia's the only one who's kind of gone hunting for the backup. Just given that freedom, being at the bottom order of the priority. And Bugs, I can see what you're thinking. You're thinking, okay, 3.5. I mean, it was a small wave. You were forced to kind of grovel your way through that ride. And it may be a throwaway score at the end. So she will probably lock in to get priority back.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of features there. I saw, Jake Patterson and a few coaches down there, and they would have, one of the things they would have identified, and it reflected in the fact that we've got 35-minute heats instead of 30-minute heats. It is less consistent today. And so, that getting off to a good start, getting that back up, and then maybe trying to work your way into the priority is going to be pretty important. But when you've got an opening score and you're on first priority, it's I tell you what, you want to put out anchor and you want to just wait for that good one.
For sure, plenty of time here. Just under 18 minutes to go. And while we've got an opportunity, we're going to take a break. You're watching the elimination round of the women. We got another big day of competition coming your way. We're taking a Bonsoy brew break though.
It's a great little town. There's plenty of restaurants, plenty of bars, lots going on, lots to do. We're down here at Burleigh Heads, which is one of my favourite waves in the world. It's my home break. I'm going to be breaking down the setup here. At Burleigh, there's pretty much three main sections. You got the Cove, which is pretty much from here up, and Sharkies, which is beyond that. And then you come down into the Point, which is where everyone's sitting right there. And it's kind of all one section. I mean, the waves break right through the whole thing when it's good. The Cove and Sharkies is kind of where you're like getting barreled most of the time. That's kind of why I like sitting up there, because you're just hunting barrels. It's a sand bottom wave. The sand moves around a lot. You can have a lot of different faces out here. You can get a little bit of everything, which makes it pretty interesting and pretty fun. Everyone will be probably taking off just here, which is on the point. You can see there's like pretty dense group of rocks here, and then there's like a little keyhole, and there tends to be like a bit of a kink in the bank just there. And maybe if it gets big, we might get a few up the top here, but most of the surfing's going to kind of go down right in front of us just here. One really cool thing about Burleigh is that they've been able to preserve the headland. It's still all natural, it's a nature reserve up there. It's quite nice to, you know, when you come surf here, to be able to see it the way it has been all these years. I think it's a good little spot to host the event, and hope everyone gets to see what it's all about and has a good time here.
Good on you, Lob. Couldn't think of a better person to break down this lineup for us. I've got to say, Liam O'Brien is, with every day, looking more and more like Jay Bottle Thompson, his coach. He's just morphing into him. Is Jay his dad, maybe? But he surfed so well in the opening round. He had a huge crowd down here to cheer him on. Special moment. Both of you have had that pleasure, that honour of competing in front of a hometown crowd. Brings some experience. Brings some expectation and a bit of heat, but it's special if you get the victory.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Burleigh board riders was going absolutely nuts for Liam yesterday. It was so cool to see. Yes, we have an important ride here, Luana Silva.
Yeah, Luana, she has repeated her performance on her opening ride and thrown down a couple of big turns, but this one's maybe even better, Bugs.
I think it is, because the first turn was crisp, and then she did a finner on the second one, and really kept the composure though all the way through that wave. It was very well balanced ride, and a 6.93.
6.93, and I sense just watching that Bonsoy replay that adjustments were being made in Luana's head. How hard do you push it? How hard can you push it? And what kind of score are you going to get for it? She surfed pretty well on her first wave. Didn't hold anything back, but there was a bit more edge in that final manoeuvre of the last ride, and it's helped her take the lead here. Nadia Aristabe now, she's after a 5.94 to jump into the lead. Sawyer's in third position, chasing a 5.01 at this stage.
Yeah, it feels like Luana, you know, she's doing everything right this heat. She hasn't made one wrong move. You know, she just sat for probably about 15 minutes, but then she put herself on the best wave of the heat. And I think with her surfing, just from seeing on socials the last few events, she's just really been focusing on surfing without that fear, you know, and really attacking and not like just letting go. And it's showing in her surfing, you know, she's flaring more than ever. She's taking her power surfing to the lip, and, you know, when she gets those fins free, the judges love it.
Spot on, I think. And I think, Bugs, for Luana Silva, she reconnected with the winning feeling at the World Junior title. You know, she's in some ways progressed beyond that, being a CT surfer, and had a couple of runs at it through 2022 and 2024, and had great success on the Challenger Series, but went back to the World Juniors, eligible, and just, you know, I think gave herself an injection of confidence that was missing.
Yeah, it was missing, because she was, you know, seesawing between the CT and the Challenger Series, not quite getting a footing completely in the CT, just flirting with it. And but now, you know, we saw at Bells a second place finish here. It's not that easy to make that final, and she did so well.
She did so well, and she'd also avoided in the first four events getting bumped out in the elimination round, which is huge, and kind of gives you a, you know, it's a shaky platform, but it gives you a platform to launch up the rankings. When other people are holding on to 17ths, you know, they're really pulled back down the bottom of the ladder. So Luana, if she can hang on here, she'll continue to ascend the rankings. We'll keep an eye on the live rankings. Love that.
And I think just to touch on, you know, her World Junior win this year, that was obviously so important. Her team must have discussed that, and just being like, you know, you qualified so young, and, you know, you've been on and off tour, and you're still learning and growing. You haven't reached your full potential yet. And the surfing that you do on the Challenger Series and the QS is a different type of surfing that you have to do on the tour against the best in the world, against your heroes. And, you know, everyone is so good at the top level, and you can almost kind of pull back and, in a way, safety surf a little bit on the QS, but then when you have to bring it all to the tour. So I think seeing her throw it all at it now and it pay off, And then obviously getting that confidence from the World Juniors is just, yeah, I feel like we're going to see Luana go from strength to strength.
It felt like through the earlier rounds at Bells, you know, she was so on a mission to break through to the semi-finals for the first time.
Yes.
And then the nerves of what was within grasp now kind of got the better of her in the final.
Totally.
She was just in attack mode early on, and if she can connect to that approach from her first heat to, you know, obviously to the later stages of the contest, she could win an event this year for sure.
I feel like it's, you know, it's so hard to not get emotional that first time you've cracked a final. You know, especially for her, I don't even think Luana had cracked a semi-final. And then for her to make her first semi at Bells and then make the final, I just remember there was that outpouring of emotions after she realised she'd done it, and she was like, she couldn't believe it. And then, you know, but she's got that feeling now, and I feel like the next time she's in a final, she's going to throw it all at the waves.
And she's had the benefit, Bugs, of a bit of time to kind of digest the second place and reflect on it as a real positive, because there would have been some feelings around losing out in the last event of the Bells contest.
Yeah, that's for sure, and maybe there was a little bit of a hangover coming up to Burleigh. She found herself right here in the elimination round, but certainly looking strong out there. The interesting story is Sawyer Lindblad, because she got that her first wave, I think, within the first minute of the heat starting.
Yeah.
And she really has had no choice but to sit there with priority. Luana had to do the same thing. She used her priority to that 6.93, but Sawyer, she's really got no choice now.
Interesting positioning as well. You know, obviously Sawyer and Nadia sitting a bit wider, but Luana paddling up. She doesn't have priority. She's got third priority, and she's sitting the deepest, furthest up the point.
Yeah, sometimes you can get so deep that you're getting two manoeuvres in, the wave's starting to fade out, and the others just aren't interested in it.
Yes.
7.5 minutes to go. Sawyer Lindblad, amazing rookie campaign. And really, she came to life at Margaret River during the Australian legs. She got a second place finish there. She cracked another final in Rio and jumped all the way to 8th position in her rookie year. Easily winning Rookie of the Year. It was an amazing year for the 19-year-old. But she finds herself in a stronger position after 5 events now, having such a consistent start to the season. In 7th place, she did drop her spot after a 9th at Bells. She doesn't want to slip up here.
Yeah, well, I think just, you know, even Sawyer at Tahiti last year, you know, such an incredible showing. Her first time ever there, and she got one of the tubes of the event, and it was just so incredible to see. And yeah, here we can see the ratings there. There's the cut at number 10. I guess keeping in mind as well that, you know, with the extension of the ladies next year, the girls up to 14 are going to get on next year as well.
Oh, wow.
But they're just not going to make the cut this year, so they kind of get a bit of an extra holiday.
Wow. Well, here we go. Sawyer making her move. Nice hit there. As she moves through to the inside. Needs a 5.01. Really making sure she gets that finished. We've seen, saw a few surfers yesterday kind of fall just short of the requirement, failing to finish off their rides. She understands the importance of that. Could be the difference, even if it's just by a 1/10 of a point that gets you over the line. She wants to get herself up into this second spot with 6 minutes remaining. But Sawyer, we're going to see the replay of that last ride. What impressed me so much about her is she came on the tour and started pushing herself straight away, and as you said, chasing those big moments. She's chasing one here.
Yeah, I feel like this wave kind of, I mean, she had some good surfing done on it. Didn't really have that big section. When we think back to Luana's and Nadia's waves, this is kind of, you know, it's feeling more like her first wave, a more sort of long-winded wave with not too much critical surfing on it, but we'll see where the judges go. I think it could be really close to the score because she did get some turns in, but I think they're going to hold back.
So interesting when you get down into that sort of average ride kind of zone. You know, the judges do a great job of picking it apart. And the competitors, you know, Sawyer's paddling out with a lot of intent. I don't think she's thinking that that's the wave that's going to see her through this heat, that's for sure. Even if it gets her into second, she'll be vulnerable.
Vulnerable, it's a tenuous situation for her because she will get the score, and it's a 5.37, but only incrementally put her into second place, because Nadia now, she only needs a 3.87. The time is a big factor. Nadia got that little backup wave, that 3.5. It seemed like a good idea at the time.
Yeah, with Nadia hanging on to the second highest score of the heat, she's only after a 3.87 to get back ahead of Sawyer here. So, no, that could be a hard number to chase too, can't it, Laura?
Oh, it really can. I mean, you can try to push it on a wave that you think, you know, you can oversurf, like a worse wave, or you try to wait for something and then undersurf it, like a really good one, and then, or you just go for it and try to surf for a 6 or something. But Sawyer's not going to let that stop, and she's found an inside drainer.
Such a strong backhand already, a couple of decent turns. This wave stood up nice. She kicks the tail on the final turn, and that way will help her solidify that second position. Unlikely it'll be the 7.23 and see her into the lead, but like we've said many times in heats like this where there's 3 people and there's 2 spots to progress, sometimes the battle is on for second place.
I mean, I look upon that as a coaching masterclass, because that there is on this tide, there is that second phase, that second takeoff spot, and the waves really stand up on the bank, and there they are.
Oh, the great scaly one. The snake. And last time they had a CT event here at Burleigh, he was competing, knows the wave well, and has done fantastic work with Sawyer to get her ready for moments like this.
Yeah, this wave, she just really connected with it. She didn't have to sort of tap around those first 2 turns. She got to drive into every single one of them. So I think this is going to be her best score of the heat so far, which is, you know, wild after sitting there with priority for so long and, you know, finally being able to find one on the paddle back out. It's a magic thing about surfing.
Mate, they could make a reality TV show about the coaches on the championship tour. Yesterday, we had Betty Lou, coached by Tom Whitaker. We had Sawyer, coached by Jake Patterson, and also Luke Egan. He was there.
There's Tommy Witts
as well. So it was the 3 coaches going at it, and the banter would have just been unreal. Tommy Whitaker just rubbing it in Snake's face when Betty Lou snatched the win. Well, have a look at the numbers rolling through. They're solid. And just as we thought, not quite enough to see her into the lead. But she does a good job of upping the requirement for Nadia, who's gone from chasing a 3.8 to now a 5.2. And with 2 minutes to go, there's the application of extreme pressure.
Yeah, and I think, you know, Jake Pato yesterday, I saw him walking up the hill and we were chatting and I was like, good luck today. And he just said, no, there's no such thing as luck. You create your luck. And I'm just thinking now, Sawyer just created her luck there by just hunting on that inside and you know, finding that wave and, you know, manifesting and attracting. And that's what his Jake Pato's all about, you know, that law of attraction, create your own luck, make your own destiny. And that's exactly what she's done right now.
Oh, here we go. This is Nadia having a go at it. A minute and a half remaining, needs a 5.2. It's a smaller wave, a tricky one with some foam on the face. She did pretty well, but it's going to fade out at the end. And the replacement surfer just tactically being schooled here.
Yeah, this is going to be, I think, maybe one of Nadia's hardest losses, having the, you know, one of the highest scores of the heat and just not being able to back it up. But when you look at these scores, all of these ladies haven't caught a lot of waves, but yeah, this wave just didn't give her that section I think that she was after, and then obviously just went a bit foamy and weird at the end.
It's the priority straight jacket bugs. It makes you sit there waiting for waves that maybe aren't going to come your way, and we do see competitors sometimes overthinking it with their wave selection, and Sawyer just the benefactor of being able to roam the lineup and find some space.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, the coaching staffs on the beach will be taking note of the fact of the inconsistency today, that there are quality waves out there. They're few and far between, and it's going to be a big factor if we stay at 35-minute heats. That gives them, the competitors, just a little bit more time to be selective.
Well, Nadia gets a shot here in the dying stages. One turn. Rips the top off it, but can't ride through that impacting water. It knocks her off, and a devastating loss for her after a fantastic start to the heat. But you've got to give credit to Sawyer Lindblad. You know, it was Luana Silva who held on for the victory, but it was really the fight for second place which became the exciting story.
Well, yeah, if you look at Luana's scoreline there, she only got 2 waves the whole heat, but she couldn't do any wrong, you know. She surfed a brilliant heat to start the morning off, and Sawyer, you know, she just fought really hard. She didn't want to go down there.
Doesn't want to lose touch with her place in the top 10, Sawyer Lindblad. An impressive bounce back after a slow start in the opening exchange. We're going to take a quick break. Heat 2 just around the corner. Brisa Hennessy, Lakey Peterson and Bella Kenworthy.
The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, is brought to you by Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League, by GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia, and by Experience Gold Coast and the Queensland Government through Tourism and Events Queensland.
Laura Tip.
Welcome back. We are into the elimination round for the women. We just saw a great opening heat, a great comeback from Sawyer Lindblad to get that second position behind Luana Silva, but we're gearing up for the Hydrolite heat to watch of the elimination round here. It's a big one. Some heavy hitters, Brisa Hennessy, Lakey Peterson and Bella Kenworthy, the rookie who's been super impressive this season. Now, this should be a great clash. I mean, Brisa's been on fire the past few seasons. Lakey Peterson, one of the most winning surfers on the championship tour, and Bella just full of surprises. So looking forward to this one, Laura.
Oh, this is an absolute cracker. And it looks like it's already got off to a start here with Bella Kenworthy. A nice rip into the top of the wave and hits this section. She's got such a fun style. She'd feel right at home here, you know, growing up and surfing trestles a lot. The rocks here and this point break feel, it really suits her surfing. And Lakey Peterson also grew up surfing Rincon and all those points up in California, and she gets a little bit stuck there on that wave. A nice crack, but then, oh wow, this wave actually just kept providing. Another big car for Lakey, so this is her 4th turn. And finishing off there. A few little sticky moments on that wave, but it would have felt nice to just, you know, get the reps up and get something on the board.
Early in Lakey's career, she, you know, was vocal about having to really work on her surfing in waves of consequence, and she worked with Mike Parsons back then, and you know what, no better person to actually lean into the experience of it in those kind of conditions. And she's worked so hard to build that part of her surfing up, and she's done a great job. And when she kicked off the year with a 3rd, I thought, wow, Lakey's going to have a good run at it after a disappointing finish in 2024, being cut from the tour. Kicked off the season with a 3rd. And unfortunately, since then, hasn't been able to, well, had a run of 9ths and then a quarter down at Bells. But it just feels like she's on. and it's just not come together for her. A little sticky on that wave, as Laura said, but I don't know if I've seen the motivation levels as high from Lakey in recent years.
Totally agree. I mean, she's surfing with such intent on every wave. There's a lot of effort going in, as Laura said, a couple of little sticky moments, but in between, world-class surfing.
Bugs, did you have moments like that through your career where you went, my surfing is on, but it just doesn't matter what I do, I just can't get the big result that my surfing deserves?
Yeah, you're really scratching your head on those ones where you go, in a free surfing, everything's right, your boards are right, but just something's not quite clicking in the heats.
7.33, that clicks pretty nicely. That's a great way to kick off her campaign in this clash.
Yeah, I think that was one of the quality waves of the morning. And, I think she knew that she was on such a gem. So she just, even though there were those sticky moments, she just was able to rip into a couple of really nice turns in between, and the judges rewarding that and loving that part of her surfing.
Such positive memories for Lakey here on the Gold Coast. It was 6 years between her first and second CT wins. She got it done in pumping conditions at Kira. She's up again here, just trying to back up that 7.33.
Going on about those, the fluctuations in your form. One of my sponsors got right into racehorsing, and one day he came up to me and said, look, Bugs, I think we're going to have to spell you. We're going to put you out in the paddock for a couple of months.
Well, Lakey got put out in the paddock for a couple of months. At the end of last year, she got cut and she enjoyed a big break. Obviously enjoyed the time off, but really looks like she was working harder as well.
Yeah, I think she had a really nice break and then just came back, and I think just came back fresh, wanted to reinvent and just come into this year just giving it her all. And I think, she had that massive J-Bay win back at the end of 2023, and I think that it felt like after that it was such a relief because she hadn't had that winning feeling for so long. And then it just felt like last year she just couldn't really get her groove going. And, we even saw Tatiana Weston-Webb talk about it. When you're working towards something so long, you do have that come down, that bit of a hangover. And, now for Lakey to be back this year and kicking off the year, it looks like she's surfing with so much intent.
Yeah, 30 years of age. Mentioned Mike Parson, worked with him for a long time, mixed things up, worked with Glenn Hall, Micro Surf Academy for a little bit too, but now working with Leandro Dora, who just seems to have the winning formula.
Yeah.
He's done so well recently. He had Jack Robinson and Luana Silva with those big results down at Bells. Just seems to have a really good holistic approach to coaching, and just, for a veteran, I think that's really important.
I think what I love about Leandro's, approach is that, there's so much that mentally goes into it. I feel like he gets everyone to calm down. He's into meditation. He's getting everyone to work on their body and connect with their body. And that's the thing with surfing. The best surfing you ever do is when you're connected to the ocean and connected to your body. And if your mind and your body are in separate places, which we can all be in very easily, it's really hard to do your best surfing.
Okay, we've got Bella Kenworthy up here on the attack, smaller wave. She opened with a 5.33, the rookie, and building nicely, rolling down the line. Oh, it's Brisa Hennessy, sorry. That's her first wave. So backlit out there at the moment.
Good old glare will get you.
Oh, it got me. Cheated me. And they actually have similar styles in that they are, really compact. They stay tight to the pocket. They got a lot of power. But Brisa's got a score on the board. That's coming through. 26.5 minutes to go here. Let's have a look at the replay.
Yeah, small wave, but it had that really nice, look to it, and that, really nice cupped out. So Brisa getting some work done here. It feels like these turns are small because the wave's so small, but she's powerfully just punching into the lip. So it'll be interesting to see where the judges go with that one.
It really will, because that wave is one of the ones where they've given good scores and waves that hug that bank with that nice draw off the bottom, a proper little miniature Burleigh barrel kind of wave.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there was enough direction change, it just kind of felt like down the line surfing. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see where the judges go with this. But I don't know, I feel like, Ronnie, looking at this heat, the biggest story is these ladies' rankings,
Oh, definitely. Yeah, it's huge.
Brisa in 8th right now. Oh, that's Luana.
Oh, yeah. So That's interesting. Leandro Dora working with Luana Silva, also in this heat right now. He's got Lakey Peterson and Brisa Hennessy. But it was a really solid performance.
Better scores and priority. That's what killed you. So they all got another go before you got your go, and you had the lowest score.
So my wave was just so hard to serve.
I know, it was just soft.
Yeah.
And theirs was all stood up.
Yeah.
But anyway, we learned, and that 6 down there, you ripped the bags out of that one, the wide one.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to fly.
Well, there you go. Jake Patterson saying that, you know, she picked off a wave that kind of didn't really hit the bank to kick things off. It put her on the back foot, but recovered so well, finding space down the line. And as Jake said, you rip the bags out of it.
Yeah.
Whatever that means. Here we go, 25 minutes remaining here. We were talking about where these surfers are situated on the rankings coming into this elimination round heat.
Yeah, so Breezer in 8th right now, Lakey in 9th, right behind her. And, you know, Breezer jumped up 4 spots with her Bells 3rd place, and, you know, Lakey in 9th. And then, you know, a bit further down, Bella Kenworthy in 12th, and she dropped 3 spots from Bells. So
that was the heartbreaking one for Bella Kenworthy, the rookie, who'd been on a tear and had a good run of quarterfinal finishes, Bugs, but a 9th at Bells really cost her. And, you know, we do know the only way to kind of guarantee your position is getting into the semi-finals on the women's tour, to get above that, at least into the top 10. Quarterfinals don't kind of cut it. We've seen that in recent years. So, you know, it would have been a tough one for Bella, just approaching the cut to fall out of the top 10. So we'll see how she rebounds here. Up against it with 2 very tough competitors out in this lineup. But right now, she's in a pretty decent position. Got one of the highest scoring numbers of the opening exchange, 5.33, holding on to 2nd spot. But Brisa Hennessy has just proven over the years, the last few years, that she is super clutch, has great perspective on competition, doesn't really get too flustered in these moments. Really manages to keep her cool. It's super impressive. As we see now, Brisa going to work. Nice opening turn. And building for the finish down the line. This wave just not really giving her too much. She's had 2 rides now that have kind of really limited what she could do on that open face. She's got such great variety on the forehand, but just sort of forced into small wave surfing.
Yeah, might incrementally improve on that 4-point ride. The other 2 surfers, Lakey and Bella, were not interested in that wave at all. It didn't have much power in it, and they're looking for something to put this heat away.
yeah, and I think, you know, 3rd priority, probably not a bad idea to just give that one a crack. And I do think that might come in higher than her 4-point ride, just because she got that direction change. She got to sort of carve around. Let's look at it again. So, yeah, small wave, kind of hugged the bank like her first wave. I reckon a little bit bigger, but she was able to kick the tail there, which is, you know, more, you know, variety than her first wave. And then here it went a little bit flat, but she did well to push through this section and just work it down, keep her speed for this end sort of tap here. So not a big finish, but I think it could come in as, say, you know, higher than her first wave for sure. All based, I think, on that sort of first kick tail there.
Here's the Bonsoy replay.
Amazing form there, you know. I feel like we all grew up just looking at Steph Gilmore's carve into the kick tail at the end, and just really releasing those fins and pushing as much water around as you can.
I'm in my mid-40s. I'm still watching footage of Steph, trying to figure it out. As we see, Lakey has the benefit of the big number, the 7.33, but hasn't really backed it up just yet. And a fall on that final section kind of costs her. Just checking the foot there, might have come into contact with the equipment. Well, just on 21 minutes to go here. We're waiting on numbers to come through. We'll see some replays in a moment. But right now, let's hear from Vaughan. He's tracked down Luana Silva, winner of the first heat.
Hi, Luana. Congratulations on getting through another ER. But I was starting to think, hang on a minute, do you actually like these heats?
No, I don't. I get so stressed out and like so frustrated after the first heat yesterday. I was like, that was such a messy performance. I was just happy to get it out of the way and clean it up today. All I needed was 2 good waves, so I'm glad I got that done.
Yeah, you seem to adapt so quickly because when you do get in these elimination heats, you find your rhythm and you click back into gear.
Yeah, and it was a pretty tough draw on paper. I mean, Nadia opened up really strong and Sawyer as well. But I just kind of stuck to my strengths and I just kept believing in myself all the way. So yeah, stoked to get another ER win.
There was one wave in particular that just looked really sharp, you know, all the best aspects of your surfing on show. Do you feel like you're starting to understand this point break?
Yeah, I mean, it's a point break, but it's super sectiony and it feels like a beach break at times. It's like, it's hard to understand the positioning. It's my first time here, so I'm just trying to understand the lineup and such. It's a little bit trickier than snapper, but I'm happy I kind of figured it out in that heat.
Well, I think after your performance at Bells, you've got a lot of Australian fans here as well as the Brazilian fans as well, and we're looking forward to seeing you have a good run throughout this Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro.
Yeah, I'm really excited to keep on going. I'm excited to stay alive still. It's a really important event for me. And I'm stoked that all the fans are here supporting. Yesterday was a super big day, super busy day. It was sick to see everyone down here. Yeah, and thanks everyone for the support.
Congrats, Lulu.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vaughn. Luana Silva, she jumped up 3 spots to 11th, just knocking on the door of the top 10, an important heat win for her. And as she said, you know, she's made a real habit of avoiding 17ths in the elimination round. As we see now, Bella Kenworthy with a whole lot of speed to lean into that first turn. Great carve, rips it into the bowl, gets back up into the pocket a few times. So squeezes a couple of turns on the final section there.
Oh, that was really nice by Bella. You know when you see someone driving down the line with the speed that she had and then being able to just lay into that first turn, I think the judge is going to absolutely love that. I think that'll go her highest for sure in this heat, and that was an incredible answer back to, I guess, the last couple of waves that have been thrown.
So impressed by her confidence, Bugs, and the way she carries herself through the event. Take us through this replay.
Yeah, look at the speed line, the high line, and she comes around the bottom, snaps it back, fully brings the board around, and as you said, Ronnie, really crisp, and then she squeezes his last turn in, gets the board above the lip line. So that's not just a tap.
Yeah, rookies, especially young teenagers, you know, typically they've got a lot to overcome when they get onto this championship tour. You're coming up against seasoned campaigners, world champions, and Bella's just, you know, held her own in those big clashes, and we know she's still kind of dealing with that injury. An athlete will tell you that they've got a brace on for just a little bit of insurance, but, you know, who's going to hinder themselves, their movement, wearing a knee brace in a heat, in a championship tour heat? Obviously, she's still dealing with that injury. You know, I know the thought process behind that. I wore a knee brace after I broke my leg for 6 months.
Yeah.
Did I need it? I probably didn't, but there were certain manoeuvres you just sort of didn't go as hard on, and she just hasn't held back. Her performance at Bells was mind-blowing.
I think another factor, though, in wearing a knee brace or something else is that it makes you really focus on your technique. You know, your technique's got to be pure.
Yeah, it's impressive what she's been able to put together this season. Mentioned that she just dropped out of the top 10, but, you know, with that run of quarterfinals, she's kind of got an edge on a lot of people like Luana Silva, who's hanging on to just that second place finish and all night. So, you know, if she can drop a big result, she can easily climb a long way into the back end of the top 10 and you know, really have a crack at the back end of the season.
Yeah, and I think, like you said, Ronnie, obviously she's keeping her cards close to her chest with that injury, not wanting to, you know, talk too much about it, but, you know, the brace giving her that sense of confidence. Maybe she feels like she can push it harder and her knee's not going to give way or something, but I would love to get to know more about exactly why that's on.
I think we saw a 6 drop, but just, you know, the Bond University athlete health check, I think it's fair to talk about this stuff. Ethan Ewing broke his back prior to having a run at a world title at Trestles. You know, the judges aren't considering the injury. They're just looking at the surfing, and I think that Bella, you know, she can take confidence from that. You know, they're not there doesn't have to be secrets around a surfer's injury. It's a funny thing, but a lot of competitors get really cagey about injuries.
Totally. I think it's just, you don't want to seem vulnerable, but then obviously you've seen some people do their best surfing ever, injured, sick. Someone could be vomiting all night and then still go out and just like get some amazing scores. It's like you could just, you can do anything, and people come down, sick, under the weather, and they just go out and they just think two waves simplify. And I think that's where it comes down to your team and just like having that belief to know that no matter what you're dealing with outside of the heat, you can still win.
Joe Turpelli had a head cold after bells, and I saw him lay down the hugest carve in a free surf before the contest.
Yeah.
We got 15 minutes to go here. We're going to take a quick break. At the moment, Bella Kenworthy has the lead. Her previous ride came through at a 6.
We're down here on the Gold Coast Burleigh Heads for One Ways Flora Friday. We've got the Gold Coast Pro kicking off tomorrow, and today's all about bringing colour to mental health. Super stoked to partner with the World Surf League and Hydrolite. We've been running Free the Funk programs at the local schools and a salty session at the local beach.
You've got mental health and real conversations, which is so important. You've got dressing in colour. It instantly makes you feel alive and brings that stoke factor up. You've got community, which is such an important value to a lot of people, and having those people to have conversations with. And then the last part is the saltwater therapy.
Turn into a mate when you're out the back, and just having a chat about life is something that we all hold really dear to our hearts as surfers. And this ocean for us has really been a best friend, and in many ways the most brilliant therapist.
Today's all about bringing more colour to mental health through surfing. The community's behind me, and sometimes one way is all it takes to free the funk, and that's what One Way's all about.
Great to have Hydrolite getting behind One Wave. We are gearing up for some big elimination round heats for the men. None bigger than heat number 1. Have a look at the lineup. Julian Wilson surfed his way through the trials, looked sharp in the opening round yesterday, but got relegated with a heat score total of 14. Pretty solid numbers, but he's going to be up against Jack Robinson. We know Ryan Callanan welcomed a daughter to the family with his wife Nina just a couple of nights ago. So he's not going to be here for the event, and that opens the door for the giant slayer, Morgan Siblick. And Morgan spends a lot of time up here on the points, down at Ngari as well. He's going to have plenty of support here at Burleigh, and we know what kind of damage he can do. You'd like his chances in that heat, conditions this size, up against Jack Robinson and Julian Wilson.
Oh, that is going to be an absolute cracker of a heat.
A hard heat didn't get any easier for Jack Robinson there.
No, I mean, he's, you know, you wouldn't be thinking about competing against two guys who are not on tour.
Exactly, and two guys with the, you know, the CT rap sheet that those two have. Unbelievable performances, especially Morgan in recent times. But Jack's got a bit to recover from in the opening round. It's as shaky as I've seen him in a heat in a long time.
I think as well, you know, talking to Luana Silva, obviously Jack just had that massive victory at Bells, and then to come down and come out here and then, you know, be forced to the elimination round, it's a blow, you know, for sure. But I mean, I think Jack, if anyone can do it, he can do it. He's he's a bit of a wizard with that mindset.
He is a wizard. As we see Lakey, who's still just, you know, now had 5 attempts at backing up that 7.33, and the most she's mustered is a 3.33 bucks.
Yeah, well, it's a pretty interesting situation because that wave of Bella Kenworthy really forced the issue. Firstly, for Brisa Hennessy, who's just put a 4.77 up, her best score, but still well below what she needs. She needs something, basically a 6, and then Lakey has had that 7.33, then a whole bunch of nothing.
Really interesting. You know, the opening exchange, Bella Kenworthy did well, but while the conditions have been a little inconsistent at different stages through these first 2 heats of the morning, you know, it's been the most patient competitor that won the first heat, and at the moment is leading this clash. So while you want to make sure you get your scores and give yourself opportunities, taking yourself out of that kind of predominant takeoff zone and missing the bigger sets can really hurt your chances.
Yeah, I think this is when it all comes down to the game plan, and someone's game plan might just be sit there and wait and, you know, don't, you know, kind of go to that plan B until, you know, a certain point in the heat. But, which is, you know, we saw Luana, it paid off. She just said, believe that she sat there, knew what wave she wanted to get, and she identified it. And this is going to be Breeze's, oh, actually, she doesn't actually have priority now.
Yeah, priority with Bella Kenworthy at the moment. Lets that one go. Lakey scrambling on the inside, having to think about this one, can't get into it.
Now, the whole thing about that is that this wider section, it's not like 15, 20 meters wider, it's 50.
Wow, yeah. So it really is one of those on the paddle back out moments. Like, you're not going to just sit there for the heat.
We love these drone images. See that crowd starting to build here on a Sunday morning as the sun has poked its head through the clouds. We've got priority on the outside with the rookie Bella Kenworthy trying to drop a 5.33. Picks off a nice looking wall, rips through that first carve, draws that board right back into the bowl. Cuts a nice snap out of the lip there and, well, throws the tail on the final move. Just been right on point, extracting I think the points on off with the waves that she's elected to take, and that one might just help her add to the heat score. 8 minutes remaining. Lakey Peterson, the busiest surfer in the lineup, but on the headland here, Kaipo is running around like a maniac.
You may wonder why I'm so happy. I'm happy because I got my Fat Boy Scrambler waiting for me right here. I can take this thing anywhere, up and down the coast. I don't worry about parking. I don't worry about petrol, gas, whatever you want to call it. I got my Fat Boy e-bike. It's got tons of juice. It's got full suspension. You want to join me on a Fat Boy? You can win one. Just scan the QR code right here with your chance to win a Fat Boy bike. Fat Boy takes it on everywhere. Eat it up.
Yeah, Kibes, I'll join you for a ride. Side saddle. 7 minutes remaining here. And yeah, Bella Kenworthy has a number on the way. Is it going to push the requirement up for Lakey Peterson and Brisa Hennessy? Brisa, she's chasing a 5.9. Now, the 7.33 is keeping Lakey in that second position at the moment, but she's got to be careful. As we see Brisa up this wave, bowling out, climbs the roof, gets the float completed, stands up with, you know, some body language that suggests there might have been some great work done on the outside.
Yeah, this actually felt like the first time the whole heat that Brisa had priority and was able to choose a wave that she really wanted. You know, all her other waves have felt like they've been, you know, she's been third wave of the set and they've been smaller, but this one, you could see it coming in. It had that line to it. You could see Brisa paddling and scratching towards it, so she's looking like she's paddling with a lot of intent, so excited to see this replay.
Yeah, we had the number come through for Bella Kenworthy. Didn't go into the top two. 5.27 was pretty similar to her opening ride. But let's have a look on the Bonsoy replay at the work that Brisa did on the outside here.
Yeah, wow, 2 big turns to start this one off. This is the wave of the heat so far, I would have to say. And finishing off with a strong turn. So this wave just, it really hit the point just beautifully. You know, gave her 2 steep sections to really dig into. She almost got stuck behind there, but as we see Lakey, this is looking like an answer to her 7.33. Absolutely, she's rolled the dice. How many times? About 8 times since her 7.33, and hasn't been able to crack higher than a 3-point ride. So Lakey will feel good. And
yeah, we'll see what she got done at the start too, because she finished so strong. It was clean surfing. Yeah. And Brisa Hennessy, she was attacking the bowler her way, but kind of dropping out of the lip at different stages. Let's have a look at this one, Bugs.
Yeah, well, Lakey going down the line here, a couple of great snaps, just a compact ride. We pretty much saw everything she did on that first go-round, and she's looking to, if she can get a 4, she's in first place. Now, an interesting situation here, because we saw a couple of heats yesterday where first place went to 3rd.
Yeah, and that might happen here because Brisa Hennessy's got a decent number on the way. I think Brisa, she did so well to chase down a couple of sections a little late on that wave, but still get back out in front to finish the ride off. Came through at a 6. So it is a solid number. It gets her up into 2nd position. Lakey Peterson now. What's she going to drop? We know it wasn't quite enough to see Brisa ahead of Bella Kenworthy, so Bella at worst will get pushed into 2nd position here when Lakey's score comes through, but the judges having to think about it. She needs a 3.44 to get ahead of Brisa and not a whole lot more to jump ahead of Bella, but Lakey's taking off again on the inside. She's found that part of the bank that Rabbit was talking about, where those bigger sets kind of stand up nicely and give you a couple of good opportunities. Brisa looking hungry, desperately trying to fight her way into the top 2 here with 4 minutes to go. Can she square up on the final section? She does pretty well.
Oh, wow. I was wondering whether that was a mistake by Brisa to take off on a small wave and, trying to note and... as we see Lakey.
Well, Lakey's been flat out in this heat.
Wow.
A number of hits, a solid finish there.
Yeah.
A lot of spray coming off the board and dropping out of the sky after the hit.
That's about 3 waves in 3 minutes from those ladies, all on that inside wide bank.
Well, Lakey with that 5.07 on the previous wave went into first place. She's going to improve upon that on about a 15th wave.
Wave number 10 it's going to be. So we've got a score on the way for Lakey. Should be a pretty impressive one. Brisa Hennessy needs a number to get ahead of Bella Kenworthy. That number is a 5.34.
Yeah, wow, this is going to be so tight because obviously Brisa was in that 2nd place when she took off, but, had to obviously anticipate that Lakey, after seeing, spray flying in the air, would have jumped to 1st. You got to think about all these things in the heat, what the other people need, and so this is Lakey's maybe 5? Oh, no, this is her last wave, sorry.
Yeah. Just the 2 turns. But Lakey celebrated that one. It felt a little better than her last.
Yeah, and this is the important one. I was thinking, Brisa, when she took off, that there wasn't a lot here, but she's sort of manufactured that kicktail there, a smaller turn, and she got the strong finish here. So you got to, it feels like it's right there when you think back to the last heat and some of, Sawyer's waves that came around that 5.5 mark. She did serve it powerful, but there wasn't a lot in that first turn.
Yeah, after that one little kicktail too, just a slight trip up. It just throws the flow out a little.
But then after that, I really felt that she willed that score into existence.
Yeah.
We're going to find out. Waiting on the number to come through. Chasing a 5.34, 1 minute and 45 seconds to go. Bella Kenworthy with priority on the outside. Will she get another opportunity? She might need a score. The judges making probably, I'd say, some comparisons to Bella's opening ride, which was a similar score to the requirement for Brisa. And Brisa finds room on the inside. 1 turn. And what a turn it is. Big hit. Score came through for Brisa.
Wow.
For that last ride, it was a 5.2. Not enough to get her ahead of Bella Kenworthy with just over a minute remaining.
Wow, that is... Yeah, this is some hectic times right now. You got to feel like Brisa's she could be kicking herself that she, didn't get herself on a better wave. But I mean, it's so hard with 2 minutes to go.
The panel has the benefit of those replays they can go to, and with similar scores between Bella Kenworthy and the requirement for Brisa, they were able to really break it down. Bella's up at the moment, trying to get rid of that 5.33. That wave's unlikely to do it. 40 seconds to go. Can Brisa get herself far enough out to have one more shot at it?
Surprised that Bella went that wave. It wasn't that good looking, and she used her priority to get it. So instead of controlling the lineup, maybe she wasn't aware that Brisa hadn't got the score.
Yeah, you'd have to think that, hey Bugs, that maybe she hadn't heard the score of Brisa's come through and be under, because you'd almost want to just paddle in and get on attack mode. And this is, only 13 seconds to go. It doesn't look like Brisa's close to a wave, so she might have just scraped through. A little lump here, let's see.
Oh, it's Lakey Peterson, who's already upped her heat score total, had a 6.43 on her last ride. And that's going to give her the win. And Bella Kenworthy is going to hang on for second position here. Just a really close heat between second and third. 11.33 for Bella. 11.2 for Brisa Hennessy. As we dive into the recap. The GWM heat recap. Lakey Peterson kicked things off beautifully, 7.33.
Oh, she did. This was such a good wave. I think the wave of the morning, really, and she just was able to unload in a couple of these sections and do some awesome surfing, and just kind of knew she had to finish that off, and she was on her way to a really good score. Bella Kenworthy, this was her 5-3. This was her 6-point ride, sorry, and this was just loved the way she just got all that speed down the line, and Brisa, this was her best wave of the heat. But unfortunately, just came short in the end, and is going to be pretty disappointed about that one.
Well, hardly anything in it, Bugs, between second and third, but Lakey, she worked hard to find that good backup, didn't she? Yeah,
she got about 6 or 7 pretty minimal scores, and then she nailed it with that mid 6-point range score.
13.76 for Peterson. Kenworthy hanging on to second position, and Brisa Hennessy cops her second 17th for the year, and she'll be in danger of falling out of the top 10, heading over to Margaret River. Well, just in a moment, we are going to get the elimination round underway for the man Jack Robinson, Morgan Siblick, Julian Wilson hit the lineup, with Joe and Flick stepping in for the call.
I always heard about this kid from WA named Jack Robinson, and at the time I think he was 11 years of age, and I remember surfing that afternoon, and it was almost pitch black, and this kid came screaming past me and did the biggest backside air reverse over my head, and I just went, holy shit. Okay, that must be him.
are loving the As Told By series by Yeti into season 3 and just dropping the episode for Jack Robinson from WA. I think one person that heard about him long before us is Flick Palmatier, who I'm sitting next to in the booth. I'm Joe Turpel, and we're into the elimination round. Jack Robinson, a huge name to be in the ER, joined by Julian Wilson, who came out of the trials, and the late call-up for Morgan Siblick, the hero from Bells Beach that made the semifinals, got the late call-up because Ryan Callanan ended up withdrawing because he welcomed his baby girl into the world with his wife, Nina. Congratulations to the Callanans. And congrats to Morgan Siblick for being ready to get that late call to surf in another big CT event.
This is an absolute doozy, Joe. We walked in and I was like, are you kidding me? These 3 guys in the elimination round, I mean, it's such a crazy matchup. I mean, Jack's just fresh off a win at Bells. And then you've got Morgan, who absolutely went to town down there. Julian, who's just absolute crowd favourite, who's back. Jules is back. And the performance that Julian put on yesterday too in the heat with Italo and Liam O'Brien. Was Italo and Liam?
Yeah, that was crazy.
So this is just such a stacked matchup.
That was a big round 1 heat. Julian Wilson, so great to celebrate him back at the CT level. Let's get things started. Jack Robinson coming off the Bells victory. Nice clean snap. Small wave, and he's still trying to punch the fins free. Incomplete on the aerial. He wants to keep that momentum in that top 5, moving up to number 3 in the world after that Bells victory. Getting past some huge names, including Felipe Toledo, Jake Marshall after his superheat, all the way up to Kanoa Igarashi in the final.
Yeah, Jack's performance at Bells for me was pretty special. I mean, we know he kind of taps into that Jedi sort of mindset, but it sort of looked like he'd almost beaten some of his opponents before he'd even entered the water. And I even reflect on the heat that he had with Felipe down there, and just, look, Felipe was surfing great too, but just something that Jack was doing out in the water, the presence that he had, it was kind of just, it was pretty, like, I guess there was a lot of energy around him, and yeah, he just took that all the way through to the final, and he said it's a special day. He's wanted to win that event since he was a kid. You know, it's one of the most iconic events to win. So yeah, it's interesting that he's finding himself here, but no doubt that if anyone's going to be able to shift that mindset, it's going to be Jack.
What a big heat we have here in the elimination round. Kaipo Guerrero, sometimes the best part of these heats is just how these guys get positioned to start off.
I like the cat and mouse going on up here. Everybody went way up the point. Julian was the first one to just kind of belly surf a wave down the point to break away. Jack saw the move. That's how he got that first wave. And now it looks like all the surfers are starting to migrate a little bit further down the bank, but I like the wiliness of the veteran competitor in Julian Wilson. You can see already, sometimes the game starts even before the first wave surfed.
Oh, it's so true. Julian Wilson with so much success on tour, almost won a world title in 2018. So he's seen it all as far as out positioning the pack. And he is so prepared for the best in the world again, because he's been one of them for many years. Went out on his own terms, had a spot on tour, but due to all those rules that we had at the time during the pandemic, and he was part of the Australian Olympic team, he had done a couple of months worth of hotel quarantines just to go back to see his young family, and it really just was too much. He's like, you know what, I can't do another one of those hotel stays without my family there. I'm good. And then recently, about a year ago, maybe a little less, he said, hey, I want back in. I want a wild card of the Challenger Series. He got it, and we get a little taste of hopefully what will happen next year if he has a successful run once the CS kicks off.
Yeah, I just got goosebumps thinking about that, like that moment last year when he announced that, hey, I'm going to make a charge here, and I'm campaigning, and like, you know, as we see, looks like a paddle for this wave here.
Look at that, little bit of aggression there, but locking in is Morgan Siblick, trying to pack that little inside pit. He gets stuck.
Master stroke right now by Jules. He's just forced the issue for Jack, and then he just forced the issue for Morgs, and now he's got priority, and now he's going to position exactly where he wants to be.
And now Jack with a little bit of freedom to move down the line. Second turn, a little setup. Nice lively rock and roll float. Julian Wilson getting started. Former world runner-ups got some space. Nice Nice tag there, and just jumps out the back. So a lot of different strategies happening. Julian forcing their cards early, but he was hoping for a bit more of a bang when he kicked off on his first ride there. Julian Wilson getting it into the trials, having to make some heats too. Tommy Carvalho finishing runner-up in the trials a couple days ago as we go to the Bonsoy replay with Jack Robbo.
Yeah, so Jack managed to find some space here and sort of clocked off a few different turns, gets a snap on the inside. I mean, it's obviously going to come through at the best wave of the heat. Jules was right behind him, and I think he was probably hoping that that wave would have been a bit better. He's obviously decided, you know what, let's just eject, let's get back out the back, let's get second priority here. But I just love sort of the games that were beginning before the heat. No one had even caught a wave, you know? And it just shows how experienced Jules is. He forced Jack into a wave. He really, like, went at Morgs with a lot of aggression into that first wave, forced him to take off as well. And it's cool because you just see the intent from Julian, and you also start to say, wow, he really wants this.
Quick scores on the board, all throwaways for these three super talents from Australia. Julian's from Coolum Beach up on the Sunshine Coast, but he's been living close to Morgan Siblick in recent years in Newcastle. And so kind of cool that Morgan got the spot with Ryan Callanan being from Newcastle as well, welcoming his baby girl. But yeah, Julian's been over there in Meriwether Beach. That is where the Challenger Series does kick off this season. So his new home break, he'll be feeling really comfortable. He's already taken wins there since that move to that part of the world.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be good. It's gonna be great for Jules, and it's also gonna be great for Morgs. I mean, but just think back to the performance Morgan put on down at Bells, and I think back to some of the single manoeuvres he was doing on that opening day. I think in his opening heat he had Ethan, right? Super hard draw, because we've been talking about Ethan being the most informed surfer. He walked away with one of the most single powerful turns that I saw in that opening round. It was so cool to see.
Jack under priority, launches incomplete with clear water ahead of him. Siblick goes off the top now twice, driving into the lip again. So 3 big turns for Siblick. Late call-up as a wild card, still super hot from that semifinal finish at Bells Beach. Siblick was a wild card last year as well at Bells and upset Jack Robinson in the 3rd round last year. Finished 5th in the world in his rookie season in 2021, including 2 wins over John Florence. Let's see what happened here.
Yeah, so Jack takes off and obviously has to give way. He just goes for the punt and obviously doesn't stick, and Morgs is like, hey, this is a good wave. I want this. Nice first snap. Carves around, and there's variety here, you know. He gets the fins released there at the end. And we're still also waiting for that second wave of Jack to lock in too. So judges obviously trying to set the scale here, and we're obviously watching replays of Jack's wave. They're yet to lock in his second score, which he banked off those few manoeuvres. Morgs has now got a wave. I guess they're just really trying to find that scale.
Just all setting the numbers from the panel. With a flurry of action, they're just kind of waiting to see what their comparables will be. You always want to keep your scale set to the heat that's unfolding in front of you. You don't want to compare a 5 to a 5 you saw yesterday. It's all happening in real time. Just a quick up and out for Jules. Julian Wilson did kick off with a huge win on the Gold Coast back in 2018, and it was a wild one. Almost thought he was going to have to withdraw from not just that event, but maybe a few events that year. He had a terrible mountain biking accident with Luke Egan in Newcastle. They've got a lot of great trails there. And went head over heels, obliterated his shoulder. He could barely paddle in that event and ended up getting the win. Great final with Ace Bucket going back to 2018. Julian, #1 in the world at the time, Ace #2. And it was just one of those stories of beware of the wounded animal.
Yeah, well, I think it was, the guys in the booth before, you know, we had Ron talking about it, Rabs and Laura, and they were talking about Bella with her knee brace. And, you know, she put on some amazing performances down in El Sal, and you just can't count them out. Sometimes it's just that less expectation, and all of a sudden you're like, hey, I've got nothing to lose here.
Morgan Siblick drops a 7.0. Takes the lead. Jack Robinson second scoring ride, a 5.33. And then Jules with the 2.5. The wild card is still on a heater at the moment. Last heat in the women's elimination round was won by Lakey Peterson. Lakey's with Vano.
Lakey, elimination rounds, no one likes them, but on the plus side, you can surf yourself into some real rhythm, and you did that just then.
Yeah, that's actually exactly right. I was actually really bummed on my heat yesterday. I felt like I just didn't surf that well, and I was on good waves. Usually it's the opposite for me, and yeah, I was just trying to look at it as like another opportunity to surf out here, because honestly, I've barely surfed out at Burleigh. This is my first time here at Burleigh this year, so it felt good. It felt good to, yeah, surf into some rhythm and get to know the bank a little bit better, and definitely get out of that round.
They could be nervous heats, obviously, so much at stake, but when you get the best wave in your heat and you can attack it instead of sort of surf conservative, that must be the best feeling.
Yeah, it really is. It's been a big goal of mine this year too, to not surf hesitantly and just attack and not be afraid to fall really or fail, like just leave it all on the table a little bit more. I think I've been a bit hesitant the past few years, so it's good. It felt good to really open up on my last wave more out there. I felt like I finally clicked in, and yeah, riding a new board that felt really good, so I'm excited. It feels good to be back on like a nice little sand bottom right-hander.
I think that wave and a performance at Bells as well, there was so much aggression, so much intent. I think there's really good signs there for this event.
Thank you. Yeah, hopefully so. I'm sure if I just keep clicking away and trying, you know, it'll click at some point. So if it's not here, maybe the next one or the one after that. But yeah, I'm definitely doing my best, and just yeah, I'm trying my hardest like everyone else is. But it feels good to, yeah, just feel like my old self a little bit more again, out of the fear zone. Can't surf in fear.
That's awesome. All right, well, congratulations. Great to see you get through that one, and I look forward to seeing the next one.
Sweet. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vano. Thank you, Lakey. Lakey moving on to the round of 16, where she has a matchup with the rookie Aaron Brooks. Only their second time meeting at the CT level. Aaron Brooks did get the win over Lakey back in Portugal. And now the stage is set once again for those two. Potentially later on today, we'll keep you posted. Round of 16 and men's round of 32, still on standby. 19 on the clock. There were some fireworks that went down during the interview with Lakey Peterson, especially for a man named Julian Wilson. Trials winner, former runner-up in the world, Triple Crown champ, pipe master. List goes on, but this is his comeback story, and he's shown us what he's been working on. Not just staying fit, but staying relevant. How about this?
This is incredible. Jules takes off, eyes off this one big section. He's building speed and absolutely sends it. Travels some ground, tail high, rotation. Big score loading, Joe. Wowzers.
It's an excellent score for Julian Wilson, 8.17. That takes him right to first place, Kaipo. That thing was huge.
It was huge, and there wasn't a lot in that wave, Joe, but Julian just soaring through the sky. I talked about the veteran. Now he's down the bank right now looking for a backup, but what a move by Julian Wilson. That was absolutely incredible. I mean, he was a couple of feet above the lip with that air. God, Jules still got it.
Yeah, it's still just the classic modern day stylistic approach above the lip. That's only getting better for Julian Wilson. Sometimes there gets to a point in a great career when those airs start looking a little older. Not in Julian's case. That is still state-of-the-art, beautiful footwork, unbelievable pop, and a perfect landing.
Yeah, for me to watch that, it is so cool, right? You make a statement that you want to make a comeback, and you know, it can come with a lot of pressure and a lot of expectation, and especially when you've got the credentials like you just listed off, Joe, that, you know, the caliber of surfer that Julian is, you sort of expect all these big things, but then for him to really just seize it and, you know, really seize that opportunity and drop this giant score, catapult himself into the lead, it's just cool because it's like a prophecy that's just being fulfilled, and you're like, wow, it's happening right in front of our eyes. It's just cool. The comeback story is amazing, and it's cool to see it unfolding right now.
Wow, glassy conditions here at Burleigh Heads in a superheat, and it's the elimination round. Morgan Siblick throws down a snap. Plenty of speed on the racetrack and just lays that rail over. Punches it out in transition. And Siblick has just been an unbelievable form, making giant improvements even from his year where he finished 5th in the world. He's put his head down. He said he's matured a lot. Working with J. Bottle Thompson for years from Burleigh Heads, more recently working with Nathan Hedge. Already has a 7 in this heat. We'll wait for that score as we get a roll in from Julian. It's staying full, but he's committed. The top turn where he's gaining some momentum, trying to create a big section for himself. It ends up being a nice snap to finish. His goal there might have just been to improve on the 2.5.
Yeah, for sure. I think he's definitely going to drop that. He's just going to create that little bit more distance between himself and Morgs. I mean, Morgs, with that last wave, though, I mean, there was that one absolutely deadly moment where he just buried that rail of that board. So I'd say there's going to be a fair few points coming from that just one single turn. So we're going to see what happens after this last exchange. Let's see. This is the moment. This is the wave. So Morgs straight up into the lip. It's this second moment. He builds all this speed, drives from around the section and just absolutely buries the rail with so much speed. Almost to a little bit of fault there at the end because, you know, he couldn't quite get up there to that last turn. But look, I mean, you can't fault this. It's just almost, you know, it just reminds me of, like, you know, the 70s and 80s. I just that real big power hack, like, you know, the Matt Hoy, that sort of like real big power gouge.
I love that call. Hoyo's proud of that, representing Newcastle himself. This man bleeds black and blue. Look at this kid. He's just in fine form, loving his wild card moment. Didn't hesitate to answer the call up, knowing that he missed out on even an opening round start. As we see Julian Wilson getting out in front now. Bottom turn, fin throw, reverse. He's pulling all of his majors. Fired up from the trials. He heard the soundtrack from his part in Young Guns 3 playing when he got to the beach. That In Excess song that we all know by heart at Young Guns 3 part. Maybe one of my favorite segments Julian's ever released, and he's had quite a few. Started off with a giant alley-oop, and gosh, he still had so much in front of him in terms of future accomplishments. And Flick, this heat living up to the expectations.
I just keep getting goosebumps every time we see these guys going at it. And just you think about the story and the legacy of Julian and just watching him now sort of step back into it and just really, I mean, like you said, Joey, he's really showing us everything he's got in this heat, and he's just as sharp as ever, which is really cool to see. We've seen a couple of different variations of him, you know, being progressive, going to the air. But this heat, I mean, it's living up to the expectation too. Morg's about to drop another great number. So
right there, Morgan Siblick, 6.33 to go with his 7.0. Has him out in front. Wilson looking for a 5.16, has one more score to lock in. And meanwhile, Jack Robinson, the big seed, who just came off a big win at Bells, is sitting in 3rd at the moment. It's really rare you see Jack Robinson in the elimination round. His first appearance in this round this season. Wasn't in the elimination round at all last year in 2024. So last time Jack was in this round was 2023 Jeffreys Bay.
Wow.
And he got past Kelly Slater that day. But it's just usually not a part of his program and his campaign to win big events.
No, it's interesting, right? And obviously, coming off the back of the win at Bells, he's got priority now. He looks like he's maybe pretty interested in something. But Julian's about to drop a score and replace the 2.5, right? Which means it's going to put it at probably another extra couple of points on what Jack's requirement is. So even though we learned, as we look at Jules, have a scratch there, but I mean, there we go, you know. Jules' last wave drops in 5.1. Now Jack's requirement, a couple of points higher. He's almost chasing an 8. That's 7.95. So just making things that bit more difficult.
As we check out a Mophie power move contender with that big old frontside car from Morgan Siblick.
Oh, just, it's so good. Yeah, I think watching that, and core surf fans know, sometimes there's just no better feeling. Obviously the barrel's great, but when you get to sink that rail, it just feels so good, doesn't it, Joey?
It's so good. It always is going to be in style. Big power surfing hooks from Morgan Siblick. At the moment, that's bringing him to a first place position. Late call up here in the elimination round. Julian and Jack in second and third as Luke Egan has a chat with Baron Mamiya, Connor O'Leary, Jordy Lawler out there next. We'll be right back. Red Bull's annual Wings for Life World Run is happening today. This is the world's largest running event where over 250,000 people will start running or walking simultaneously across the globe, united by a common goal to make spinal cord injury curable. There's still time to sign up. That would be about 9 o'clock tonight local time here on the Gold Coast. Sign up for a great cause. Wings for Life World Run happening today. 9:15 on the clock. Siblick, the wild card standout from Bells. Fresh off that semifinal, got the late call up because Ryan Callanan had a baby girl with his beautiful wife, Mina. He was thinking about being here in the elimination round if it ran a couple of days later. Morgan was standing by, and he's making it count. Let's get caught up, though, on some serious surfing. Julian Wilson getting this wave during the break.
Yeah, let's see what Jules has got. So first wrap, looks like he's setting up for an air. We are seeing him pull out all the tricks right now, and he is stoked with that. So up into the air, gets the grab too. So another different variation of the air. Super tail high. Look how high the tail is. It's so inverted. Judges are going to absolutely love that. Yeah, Jules.
Gosh, when he got on tour, he was one of the best at that slob reverse. You know, it's such a technical grab, especially with the rotation and tail high. That's as good as it gets, you know, for him to still be pulling those, maybe even better. Nowadays, it's just wild, and he's just going to go, hey, Jack, how you feeling? Jack's starting to look everywhere else. He's pulling off all the veteran tricks. It's like Wilson never went anywhere. 7.3 in the lead. So 2 wild cards in the top 2. Jack in third and in some trouble, Flick, needing an 8-point ride.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, now that with Jules pushing up into that lead, Morgs drops down to second, Jack's requirement pushed up. And I mean, you never count out Jack. That's one thing we have had to learn over the last however many years of watching him on the CT, you know. I think back to countless times. I think back to moments at Margaret River Pro with John. I think to G-Land with Felipe. I think to moments at Chokes with Gabby when he was on the ropes and he was scratching for his final 5 position, and all of a sudden all the cards were stacked against him and he pulls the rabbit out of the hat. However, Julian and Morgs right now this morning look very on and very connected. Not to say Jack isn't, but, you know, this is going to be really tough, and you just know how much Julian wants this. I mean, obviously Morgs too, but I feel like obviously Jack's got the priority, but they're not going to make this easy for him.
This heat living up to the expectations. One man that's loving it is Kaipo Guerrero in the water now, loving the air show from Julian Wilson.
I'm loving everything about it. Hey, look, I like the veteran right here. Really played kind of like Art of War, Sun Tzu, mind games at the beginning of the heat with positioning. Then made, just took to the air over and over again, showing that he's still got it. And just now, paddles past Jack Robinson with priority. And I think he said something, paddled pretty close to him, went up to the top of the bank. And Jack right now, oh man, only got 6 minutes and needs an 8-point ride. That's one thing about surfing, Joe. You can't script it.
We love it. History being written right now, Kaipo. This is big. Julian from the trials, Morgan Siblick late call up with the withdrawal from Callanan, and they're just owning this heat so far. But yeah, good reminder from Flick how many buzzer beaters that Jack has had in his career. You can still tell he is so zenned out and focused. He's already plotting how he can come back, and we might see that comeback happen now. Jack Robinson rolling in. Little climb to get going into a clean wall, big punt, late frontside grab incomplete. So that one's not gonna help out Jack with the fall, obviously, but also back of the order for priority, approaching the 5-minute warning.
Yeah. Took the words out of my mouth, Joey. I think this is going to get very hard now because you got two guys with giant scores on the board and they're going to want to close this out. And this is the thing about these elimination heats, right? If you get two guys that are sort of running away with it and two are advancing and you've got the person in third, it's kind of like you kind of look to the person in second and you're like, hang on a second, we can just close this out. Not that you're having that conversation, but it's just very difficult for that person in third and third priority to even have a look in with, you know, less than 5 minutes on the clock. It's not like they're teaming up, but you can easily close it out, is what I'm trying to say.
And hey, they both have a lot of pride in Meriwether Beach these days in that top two.
It just makes it difficult, and you still can't count out Jack Robbo, that's for sure, but for him to find space, and just this morning, you know, when I've been watching the surf, it is that little bit smaller. I even heard Molly talk to the free surf a little bit less. It's a little bit inconsistent compared to yesterday. So thinking about the frequency of sets, the opportunity that's come through already. Will we see another set? Maybe. There's a couple of little lines coming through.
Sitting lower on the inside. Jack trying to find some space. Nothing available there for Jack Robinson. Got a couple of big names in this elimination round. Jack, one of the biggest. Baron Mamiya trying to keep his spot in the top 10 after a glorious start at Pipeline. Griffin Colapinto, Rio Waida. But this one's wild, checking the Apple Watch. Jack is starting to try to just put his head down to see if he can create a miracle. He does have this extra special relationship with Mother Ocean, but he's got to lean on it now.
Yeah, it looks like there might actually be a couple of opportunities. I mean, you look out to the horizon, you see those little swell lines sort of starting to trickle in. Potentially looking at maybe a 1-2 wave set, so Jack's going to need a little bit more than that, seeing as his third priority right now.
Julian Wilson, one of the best rivalries with Gabriel Medina. So many finals together at Pipe, multiple finals in Portugal and Peniche. Good battles in the southwest of France. Julian kicking off his CT status as wildcards from back in the day on the Gold Coast as we enjoy this GWM recap. Jack's best wave still this 5.33.
Yeah, so this was in the early stages of the heat, and I was thinking, okay, Jack's locked in a really great score. Takes off again, he has to give way to Morgs, and this is where Morgs starts going to town. It's 3 turns, he's got the variety, he finishes it off strong too, drops the 7-point ride. Immediately, he's got this heat control. But then, Jules is back. He just absolutely sends this one into the universe, sunk, and locks in the 817. And you know what? It's just so cool to see. He gives us variety too. And then Morgs locks in this 633, comes around this section, you know, contention right now for this Mophie power hack. Just look at how much speed he's carrying through that. Gets up there for that little finish, a little bit late, but he backs up the 7 beautifully, just putting pressure on Jack. Then we have Jules, who logs in a couple of other scores, and he actually shows us some serious progression, and that he has not lost any touch when it comes to progressive surfing, right? Just, what's it called? A slob, Joey?
That's right.
There we go. Activate that surf brain.
Slob reverse.
Slob reverse.
As clean as you'd hope it would be from Julian Wilson, and showing us different versions of it. And he's asking for an update. He wants to hear it again, that he's out in front. Just all those great veteran tactics coming into play.
Oh, it's exactly what that is. Pretty sure I'm spying that he actually has a watch on his hand. Oh, hang on a second, you got that Apple Watch on there, brother. You can have a look at that. But that's what it all, hey, that's all part of it. And to what Kaipo was saying too, it's a masterstroke. This whole heat has been a veteran performance, just accumulative years of experience from the way he structured the beginning of the heat to force Jack to go, to force Morgs to go. It's just a full rounded approach from the surf to the progression to the airs we've seen and even the tactics in the water. It's been amazing to watch.
Look at this, 45 seconds. Jack Robinson trying to pull off another miracle here. Big throw tail upside down and incomplete. That air has not been working out for him in his last couple of tries. And from a Bell's win to an elimination round loss, that's the script that Jack Robinson's trying to change in 20 seconds. Julian throws a big thumbs up to a guy he sees at Meriwether Beach a lot these days, Morgan Siblick. They're gonna run this clock out on Jack Robinson. Wild card domination in the first heat of the elimination round, and we lose a giant name of Jack Robinson. Julian turns in just vintage form, 8:17, 7.3, will be reseeded into the round of 32.
It's so cool, right? I mean, that was amazing. He surfed great yesterday, but today, cherry on top. Just watching the progression that he had and just the control in every aspect of the heat was really, really good.
All the Queenslanders are happy too, all the way up to his home break at Coolum Beach. J-Dub moving on. Baron Mamiya, Connor O'Leary, and Jordy Lawler coming up next. The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, is brought to you by Mophie, empowering you to live a life untethered. Power On. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. By Stone & Wood, unofficial beer of WSL Australia. And by BioGland, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. The elimination round continues. This one with Baron Mamiya, world number 7, taking on Connor O'Leary, the new dad, ranked number 17, trying to get into the round of 32. And also Jordy Lawler, representing North Narrabeen, had that huge win on the CS at North Narra on his home court last year. And as we look at the Bonsoy replay, he got this wave during the break flick.
Yeah, so Jords right now just on the backhand, tapping away. Wow, okay. It was a really basically the last turn, or I think all those points. And then we see a big paddle there out the back, just between Barron and Connor, really pushing it. And okay.
So them just sorting out priority. It goes in favor of Connor O'Leary. That was big, Kaipo.
Yeah, I like it. I like some gamesmanship at the beginning of the heat. A little scrappy there between Connor and Barron, and then the judges saying, hey, that was a little bit of a block by Barron, so Connor gets priority. Right now, Barron paddled, and Connor's going to hold on to the priority while Jordy Lawler looks like he's going to stay scrappy on the inside, Joe.
That's right, Kaipo. Locking in Jordy Lawler. Trying to build up some board speed. Now finding a pocket there. Goes for his first slam off the lip. Throws the tail, attempting the reverse, and gets clipped. So 2 short rides for Jordy Lawler. Just trying to put pressure on early. Hasn't quite worked out yet. It'll be a quick 1.83 and a 3.33 for the man from North Narrabee.
This heat's an interesting one. I think, you know, George, obviously we saw him last year on the Challenger Series and he performed so well. He got the win at Narrabeen, right? And big 10,000 points, but just couldn't quite back up the rest of the year, which was so heartbreaking. He came into that as a wild card too, right? And ended up taking out the whole event. Had all this momentum and just couldn't really find the groove in any of those events, and it's going to sting. But I think if you can take anything from that last heat, I mean, you had Julian obviously winning the trials, and you got Morgs as basically coming in as a wild card again, taking Ryan's spot. Okay, there's some inspiration. Those guys have just taken out Jack, but, you know, the winner of the last event. But, and you got Barron and Connor, and Connor's kind of hovering around that bit, you know, sort of talking about the cut, that's sort of looming. Connor surfing for his position on tour. Barron has sort of been trending down a little bit as these events have been progressing since the start of the year. So Barron and Connor are both not going to want to lose this. But I think with George, he's kind of got, you know, pressure. He can kind of surf pressure free. And sort of, I feel it'll be amazing for him to sort of start progressing through a couple of heats just to build that confidence and take that to the Challenger Series.
Yeah, it's a good call. I don't mind that Jordy doesn't have priority right now. Almost if he could just find some space. He's so good above the lip. If he could just grease a big reverse and gain some momentum. We'll see what happens here, though, as Connor's locking in. So powerful, so committed with his turns as he crushes that section. And believe it or not, he hasn't had much time to sleep after having a great moment in his life, being a dad. Congrats to Steph, his wife. We saw him in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, just finding anywhere where he could take about a 5-minute nap. Great start for Connor. Here comes Baron Mamiya, the king of pipeline. He's got a nice inside wall, chucks the fins into reverse. Going a little bit slow there in the pocket. Now it's picking up pace, and he picks up the punch right there on the finishing move. So good job for Barron to hang in there.
Yeah, it was tricky, that end section. It kind of came at him with a little bit of lump and bump, and he managed it pretty well. He obviously just wants to get the finish there. And as we see, Connor out the back.
Connor O'Leary locks in, a lot of spray off the tail, crushes that next point. And now belting it again. That is the power of Connor O'Leary. And the good news for Connor is a lot of times he starts with a couple of falls and kind of finds himself into rhythm. Now he's got it early in this matchup.
Yeah, I think it is interesting, right? We talk about it. Connor sometimes falls quite a bit, but right now, solid score is going to drop. He's got another one to drop too. So, I mean, he's looking very on point, I must say, for someone who hasn't had too much sleep. So, kind of working for him, you know. I guess that's sort of one of those things. It's kind of like when you're injured or when you haven't had much sleep and everything's against you, kind of like, oh, well, nothing to lose here, expectations low. And let's see what Barron, let's watch this replay. So let's see what Barron got done. Obviously gets this air here. Things start to slow up. This wave gets a bit tricky to surf. He sort of sticks with it. Met with a bit of lump and bump here, a bit of backwash. Gets the finish. But for me, it's this wave. Connor's looking precise. It's kind of, you know, echoing. He now lives in Lennox Head with his partner Steph and new little baby girl. But, you know, he's obviously done so much work on his backhand, on the point at Lennox. And it's just, I mean, you look at his socials and you look at his clips from when he's at home, right? And Lennox Point is pumping. And his backhand, for me, is just the gold standard as a goofy on tour. Just look at the timing. Those turns, just how much spray they were throwing. You can't throw spray like that. Obviously, he's powerful. He's one of the biggest guys on tour. But it all comes with actual timing, really, is everything.
It really does. When he hits the lip, wow, it explodes. For his size, how big he is, or how agile he is, and how powerful his lower body is, oh my goodness. And he's in the middle of a paddle battle for second priority. He's trying to outmatch Baron Mamiya here. There's Baron just a little step ahead, but Connor's got a faster pace. Their Apple Watch is buzzing, so Baron gets it. Connor's back of the order there, but he definitely made a good push to test the fitness of Baron Mamiya. Baron told me in the offseason, you know, he doesn't really want to go work out. You know, he's just a natural talent, great surfer as we enjoy this Gold Coast Queensland flight cam to see how gorgeous this beautiful headland is. Oh. That national park is just stunning this morning, isn't it?
Oh, it's so beautiful. Anyone that comes to Burleigh, highly recommend you go through on one of those walks, those trails. There's a lot over that headland. It's actually one of the smallest parks in Australia. It's so beautiful there, rainforest.
As we see Connor O'Leary, big blast there. Coming down into this inside track, blowtail reverse. Everything's working out for the new dad. 4.27 was his start. 6.5 was his last wave. Now that's wave number 3. And just enjoying his time here on the Gold Coast like we all are. How about this wall starting to open up? Jordy Lawler from North Narrabeen. Beautiful, clean surfing. He's been coming up to the Goldie since he was about 11 years of age. And just getting a little stuck behind on that one. He had the right idea of just flowing with those climbs. Now we'll see how he handles a paddle battle with one of the biggest guys on tour. He's got a little jump start. It's hard to get the priority call when you just rode the more recent wave. Yeah. However, if you make it clear that you are way out in front, you could get it. Jordy, so far so good.
Yeah, it seems like they'll give it to Jordy here. He's got quite a bit of distance between himself and Connor, and you know, I think that last wave from George, that was a really good, it was good science, right? Well, first of all, let's break down Connor's. So Connor, smaller wave here. Once again, great precision timing. Banks it off the top there, and then he really waits for this section to present itself, and I like how he just gets there really early, because what we've seen here in Burleigh is just getting really cupped out, and if you don't get there late, it's not going to work out. This wave from George, one of the bigger ones of the heat, instantly carrying a lot more speed. I feel like on that section there, I mean, it's hard because the wave was presenting itself a bit more down the line. Almost looked like he could have banked off a couple more turns, but I wonder if he would just maybe have stomped that last turn a bit more aggressive instead of trying to chase it down the line. It's hard, you know, you're kind of in two minds there of what to do, but interested to see where the score is going to come through. Definitely one of the more bigger waves of the heat, and with that comes a bit more energy throughout the turns and a bit more speed carried throughout.
Just a gorgeous weekend that we've had to kick off this event from yesterday to today here on Sunday. The locals are incredible. Big thanks to the Burleigh Board Riders Club giving us this beautiful wave and giving us all the tips about how it works. A lot of great restaurants. The pavilion right there has been going off every evening. Bands here. Such a great spot to be, and so special that pro surfing returning to Burleigh Heads. It's been since 2002 since we've seen the CT on this right-hander, but as we know, the Stubbies Pro was monumental for pro surfing, really creating the foundation of the sport with the introduction of one-on-one heats by a mastermind named Peter Druin, who had a great contest in '77. It's still referenced today as one of the best ever. Perfect forecast, NP's legend was building. I believe that was his final event win of an incredible career. But you talk to the surfers too. They're just so happy to be in warm water and checking out the sights here. There's a lot to do in Queensland. Checking out the wildlife is one of our favorite things to do in the water, and also around the corner in the national park.
national parks, beautiful. You've also got Springbrook National Park, the hinterland. There's so much to explore. You've got waterfalls out there, out the back of Currumbin too. Some great shopping if you want to go up to Pacific Fair as well. It's also worth a look. But yeah, the Gold Coast has got it all. Warm weather too. It's just so good for the lifestyle as well, you know. Get up early, everyone's getting amongst it. So many good restaurants, lots of great entertainment, good nightlife, Joey.
No, it's all there. And great waves and obviously great water reporting. You got to be on your toes, though, when you're out there on assignment because there's all sorts of waves coming through as we get back into action with Connor O'Leary. Does have the lead, trying to build on a 4.53. And a ton of time to go here in heat number 2 of the elimination round. Waves on the way, though. Kaipo got to hang on tight with that water reporting responsibilities. Oh, he's okay. We'll be right back.
Oh.
My name is Stephanie Gilmore. I am a professional surfer. I live here on the Gold Coast. The Gold Coast represents a lifestyle that is very laid back. There's world-class surf. It's home. This is the place I was talking about. There's so much to do with a lot of like-minded people. Get up early and enjoy the beautiful ocean, heading to a cafe for a really yummy coffee and a breakfast, setting out for the rest of the day in the hills or doing some shopping, and then take a drive into the hinterland. Right here on the Gold Coast is definitely much more tropical than people think. It's such a luscious rainforest, so close to the beach. Wow, this looks so cool. Oh, stunning. Beautiful view, my goodness. Look at the cliffs over there too. I've traveled a lot in my time, and every time I come home, I'm always so grateful to have grown up here in this wonderful place of the world. Cheers, girls. Amazing day. On a day. To the Gold Coast and to good friends.
What a place to be on the Gold Coast here in Australia. Let's check in on Kaipo. Hey, gives the thumbs up, tap on the head. There we go. That shows us that he's A-okay. Solid. Doesn't mind, just getting smoked, doing his job, his favorite place to be, doing the reporting for the best surfers in the world. Great surfer, great waterman. The guy can paddle. He's done a lot of big paddle races in his life on Oahu. As we look at live action, Connor O'Leary. Fun section, a knife there. Blades out on the finish. Goodness gracious, he's having a lot of fun on no sleep. 6.5, 4.53. That 4.53 should be gone, Flick.
Oh, totally. Thanks for coming. That was beautiful. He's surfing in a state of delirium, and it's working for him.
That's right.
The no sleep's working for Connor right now. I mean, that was just so amazing. Just once again, I just can't get over the word precision when I talk about Connor. It's just so, like, just cuts through like, you know, a knife. It's just amazing. He's just surfing so well. Looks like he's having another crack right now.
Wants to go again. So quickly up and out, Connor enjoying this lead, trying to avoid a loss in the elimination round. So important with the cut coming up quickly at the next stop in Margaret River. Let's see what he did here.
Yeah, so starts off small, this wave, but amazing little wraparound. Drives through this next section, bang. I mean, so fast. The way he pushes on the back tail, really to release that those fins. It really is a masterclass in how to surf on your backhand as a goofy foot. I don't know if it really gets much better than that. It's just really good to work. He's on fire right now. It looks like he can't, I mean, he's caught a lot of waves, couple up and downs, but he's really picking the eyes out of it.
Raised in Cronulla, representing Japan on tour. His mom, now a grandmother, Akemi, congratulations. Longtime pro surfer from Japan. Congrats, Finn. Connor's brother, Rick, really happy of his new baby niece that's in the world now. And they're happy to hear the sound of a 7.5 from that previous wave. 6.5 is his low score. 14 points of dad strength, and Jordy Lawler now needs an 8.83 for the win. Baron Mamiya still has just one wave, the 5.5, and needs a 3 to avoid elimination.
It's so interesting when you just look at the contrast here. You know, you see Connor, and he's taken off on eight waves, right? To the halfway point of this heat, and then the contrast to that is Baron. He's sitting out there with just the one. He's obviously holding on to priority, so he's got an idea of what he wants to look for, right? He's obviously knows he only needs a 3 to jump up into that second place. And I mean, 15 minutes on the clock is plenty of time, but it's just so interesting to see the two different approaches. And Connor right now, even when you look at their positioning in the lineup, look at how much space there is. That, I mean, Connor's got third priority, so naturally he probably wants to create that space. But it's cool. I mean, he can try and find opportunity to improve on his scoreline down there. But then, yeah, Jordan and Baron just obviously have that one little section in mind, you know, that's the button, that's where you want to be, sort of where those highest scoring waves have been coming through. So they're kind of maybe pushing up the point a little bit further. But I love looking at those shots when you're looking into the sun, because on the Gold Coast with that, these shots, right? Look at the wave face now. It looks like a disco ball. Looks amazing. Just like that glimmering light in the sun. It's just classic Goldie. I mean, look at it right there. Shiny disco balls everywhere.
Totally.
It's just so beautiful.
You could just hear music with that, like DJ Shimmy Disco. That's maybe where she got her DJ name. Timothy Stoyle, longtime shredder around these parts. I think she's playing some tunes today.
She is. This afternoon, out to lunch.
How
Shimmy
good is
Disco.
That? Oh, I love it. Was a rookie back in 2014, had a stand-up performance, well, many, but one in Fiji that was sensational, making the semifinals. I think her step-up was like a 5.3.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Dimity is a pocket rocket, so yeah, she basically rides toothpicks for boards. I'd need one for each foot.
13:40 to go here. Baron Mamiya really wanted to work on all the other events on tour besides competing at home at Pipeline. He told me, yep, I'm pretty good at that one. I got it figured out. That was before he went back-to-back. As far as signing up with Luke Egan as his coach. Luke didn't have to coach him to that win, but he's like, yeah, I want him to help me out with every other event on tour. Just identifying what he can learn with boards, even with CI surfboards, and Britt Merrick and the crew. Working on boards kind of that would be specific for a lot of sections that he's been facing at this event, where he's got to grovel a little bit, find speed. Baron's sensational in hollow waves. Perfect waves. He's unbeatable, especially in slabs, and he just saw a point of difference where he can see improvement when he's got to grovel a bit more, surf waves that aren't as perfect. Right now he's on a 6.5 from CI. There's Britt right there. They've been loving the relationship. Baron's getting really good at feedback, being able to articulate what he's feeling in his equipment. And he might put it to the test now with priority 12:30 on the clock. Baron does commit to this wave, only needs a 3. He doesn't want to surf for a 3 here. He wants to go for something big. He's got the speed, whips the reverse, and that's all it had for him. And you know, he was hoping for a big, boldy section so he could go gigantic. That section stayed flat. He still pulled it off, but it's going to probably be not the biggest score that he was hoping for.
Yeah, for sure. Ronnie and I were touching on this yesterday. I think we might have been too, Joe, but those air reverses just don't fetch those really big scores like we saw, you know. Got to be doing things like what Julian was doing in the last heat, as we see Barron.
Barron checking this one out on his way back out, throws down the rapid cutback, and throws down the end section turn. That rotator before was 4.4, so it was enough to take second off Jordy Lawler. And now that's his third wave that's getting scored at the moment with 11:30 to go.
Yeah, so Barron, job done. He's up into second, right? But I think he's definitely not going to be feeling safe. Just knowing that Jordan basically needs less than a 5. I mean, it's so achievable. So Jordan out the back with priority and still 10 minutes on the clock. You know, plenty of opportunity left to come through. I think Barron's definitely going to be starting to sniff around a bit. He's not going to be feeling completely safe. I'd say he's going to want to replace at least the 4.4.
So Barron trying to keep his spot in the top 10. Solid performance in Portugal, making finals day. And now trying to work out Burleigh Heads on the fly. His accommodation still over by Snapper Rock, so he's been making the drive over in the mornings. As we take a look at this last decision here.
Yeah, so let's have a look. So just a bit of a wrap here. Nice technique. Wave gets a bit frothy on the face here, and he gets a tap to finish. Releases those fins, but that wave isn't going into the top 2, so he didn't improve on that situation then. So Jordan still chasing the 4.74. 10 minutes on the clock.
Now let's hear from Julian Wilson standing by with Vaughn.
Fast becoming the big story of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro. It's Julian Wilson getting through the trials. A huge heat yesterday with Lobby and Italo, but today, mate, it didn't get any easier. Far out. Morgan Siblick, a dear mate of yours. I mean, it could have been Ryan Callanan. He pulled out. Morgs gets the start. But Jack Robinson on the back of a huge win down there at Bells. I mean, mate, you got thrown right into the fire.
Absolutely. Yesterday and today, I just found out Morgs was in the heat just right before paddling out. I've been talking to Ryan. Obviously, a huge congratulations to Ryan and Nina with a new baby. I'll let them announce that properly. But yeah, massive congratulations. But yeah, Morgs was a curveball and coming off some, I mean, 2 of the informed surfers from Bells. And yeah, I think the only change I made from yesterday is yesterday was the first time in this environment again, and I think the first couple of waves I was feeling my way into it, just a bit of a sensory overload, and then by the end of the heat I just wanted opportunity and felt like I could get the scores, so just really wanted to bring that into the first half of this next heat and just apply it throughout the heat, and I feel like I did it well. I had my energy today in my heat, and those heats are the heats you want, but damn, they're tough, and yeah, I was really happy to come out on top of that one.
Mate, you're such a shame, man. You absolutely went bonkers out there with the air game. Couple of slob air revs, just big lofty punts with the most buttery landings. Like, you are just on skis, mate. It doesn't look like you haven't been out of a rashie for a second.
Oh, I'm loving it, to be honest, Warno. It was nice to make 3 from 3 then and have a little variation with a grab and have the clarity to think about that. I was pretty frustrated to get a 5-1 when I need a 5-1-6 to go to first, and Jack obviously only needing a 7-9. There's a moment there, and then I got a wave under priority. Yeah, was able to convert that 7 and throw a little grab in there and throw something else, and I was pretty amped up after that. I was like, give me a score. And yeah, I got a good score for it, and yeah, feel great. Thanks. Yeah, JS has got a magic sled under me again. Like, it's honestly a 2015 replica from like J-Bay, and it's just a magic board, and I haven't asked for one of those boards since like I was on tour, and just straight back to, I guess, feeling, yeah, somewhat at home again in this very uncomfortable environment.
Mate, your energy is absolutely contagious. This feeling that you're giving everyone on the headland is one of someone who is fully frothing. Like, you can see how much you're enjoying this opportunity. Next heat, Italo, it's going to be, man, I can only expect fireworks.
Yeah, I mean, that was probably the thing that frustrated me the most yesterday, was not getting the opportunity to get through that heat to get that rematch. That really fired me up, and I came out of the water and a couple cuss words at the end of the heat when my opportunities didn't convert, and I want that moment. And obviously he's the informed guy, he's massive frother. We'll see what conditions we get, but I truly think I can mix it up with him and have a crack.
Throw it down, run it straight.
For sure, absolutely. Hold the line.
Good on you, Joycey. Great to see you ripping, mate. Awesome surfing, and I'll look forward to that matchup.
Yeah, and thanks WSL for the opportunity to have me in the comp and put me in the trials, and so stoked to make the most of it. So yeah, thanks to Tour.
Good on you, mate.
Cheers.
Thank you, Vano. Thank you, Julian Wilson, for an unbelievable performance in the elimination round. 15.47 combined total, and I think he got a little twinkle in his eye when Vaughn told him about the matchup with Italo Ferreira, because they've had some history over the years. 4-0 in Julian's favor over Italo Ferreira, and we get another matchup to look forward to as we watch the last of Baron Mamiya.
Yeah, so Baron just sniffing around under priority, trying to improve on his situation, right? He's trying to make that job that little bit harder for Jords, but just with that smaller wave height, I just don't see him improving. But, you know, he's sniffing around, he's created space and trying to find opportunity. But the interesting one for me right now is Jordan with priority, chasing less than a 5. I feel that it's going to be nervous times for Baron right now, and I think that he knows it.
Seriously, he knows it, because Jack Robinson knocked out Baron Mamiya as the next big seed that's looking really vulnerable at the moment. Jordy only needing a 4-7-4 to create an upset with priority. Jordy standing on his board. Nice new haircut for this wild card performance. Wants to make it count, as we see how the numbers fell on the screen on the GWM recap. Getting things started, Baron Mamiya, first wave, 5.5.
Yeah, so he started off strong, right? And at that point, obviously the best wave of the heat, he was looking good. Connects with this one on the inside, bit of a frothy, lumpy section to deal with. And then Connor, I mean, you can't fault him. He's had no sleep, but he's performing really well. You know, he maybe in a state of delirium, but it seems to be working for him. Just precision on the backhand, drops the 6.5, and then he backs it up with the 7.5. He just can't put a foot wrong right now. He looks very connected to that board, and just a great demonstration on the backhand. Real heat control right now, but for me, the question is Jords with priority, only chasing less than a 5, and we'll see what happens here in those last stages of this heat.
Rio Waida, Matthew McGillivray, Edgard Gragia on deck in the next one. Yeah, we're diving into the matchup with Italo and Julian. Well, back to replays here. This is Baron Mamiya again.
So Baron, just a couple of turns out of the top. He's still trying to improve on his situation, make that job that bit harder for Jordy. So he's in trying to improve on this 4.4, and he gets a fall there at the end. I'm not really sure how this is going to factor in, if it will. Still small sort of wave. Nice fin release there. Really see all 3 fins out the back of the wave, but just comes through to the inside and doesn't find the finish. So not sure if that's really going to improve on that situation, but
he's working hard. You can tell every score, he's really earning it. The airs that he's landed are helping him, but it's really just the sections that are letting him down. If he had a big hollow section where he could land in the flats, that's where we could see that score getting closer to the excellent range. But staying active is helping. He got improvement on wave number 6, 5.67. So Jordy Lawler now needs a 6.0. Good job for Baron Mamiya there.
Really good job. I mean, he's finding space. He's sitting so much further down the line. You know, look at the space that he's created. And to find that in 3rd priority, you know, when the guy below you is only chasing such a low score, that's really hard to do. So hats off to Baron for doing that. It looks like Connor's maybe having a look here.
And he will roll in. Taps the white water to set up a big bottom turn. Total tail chuck there. But he can't hang on. Still out in front, leading the heat. Gosh, he takes some big wipeouts because he's always pushing so hard. And he always comes in with a laugh and shakes it off. We saw him really find his flow at Punta Roca in the opening round. He made a lot of mistakes, but he was so aware of them. He talked to his coach about it, made improvements, and found his rhythm just continue through multiple heats. Right now, 7.5, 6.5, one of his better combined totals that he's had this year. And the fight for a real second continues. Jordy's best of 5.17. The champion of the CS at North Narrabeen last year, getting the late call-up as a wild card, won the event. His friends were so excited to celebrate with him. Well, the entire northern beaches of Sydney were backing him. One of his buddies like headbutted him and like broke his nose. Before he got to the podium, he was trying to like talk through an emotional win, and his eyes are watering because his buddy just gave him the biggest headbutt in celebration. Up and out for Baron Mamiya. Minute 10 to go. Third place out of the event. We lost Jack Robinson from the last heat. Brisa Hennessy, Nadia Arostarbe from the women's ER that kicked off the morning. Always that pressure situation round, and Connor feeling pretty safe. Baron wouldn't be though. And finding a rare left is Jordy Lawler, and he's got himself a tail blow ramp, but he can't hang on. And we see Baron Mamiya lighting up that last section. So instead, that was Connor O'Leary on the inside. Jordy still has priority out the back. So Connor, the other goof that found the rare left. Now Jordy Lawler might have a last chance effort to play spoiler and try to take out somebody who's in the top 10 at the moment. And we are winding down the clock. Jordy Lawler doesn't find another chance. There's the frustration from Jordy. He'll shake that one off. Great to see him in the CT jersey. Connor O'Leary is making his camp proud as he will be moving on to the round of 32 along with Baron Mamiya, and set up some big matchups as this contest moves forward. Great start, stayed strong, built to a 7.5. The backhand is fired up and looks great out here at Burleigh Heads. As we see Connor moving on along with Baron. Coming up next, it'll be Rio Waida, Matthew McGillivray, and Edgard Graggio. We'll bring in Ronnie Blakey for the call.
Absolutely loving our time here at stop number 6. The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. Big heat here. A lot on the line for these competitors. Rio Aida, great start to the season for him. Has been dropping down the ratings though. He's out there in the red representing Indonesia. South Africans Matthew McGilvray is out there in the blue representing South Africa. And Edgard Gragia, he is out there in the white representing Brazil, the rookie. And we just saw Matty McGilvray finishing off a ride, riding backwards through the impacting white water, getting the finish there. Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew sitting alongside me, Bugs. This is the most stressful round for all the competitors that find themselves here. You don't want to bow out with that 33rd. It's going to hurt your chances at staying above the cut line or getting above the cut line. As we see here, Rio catching fire in the opening stages here.
Yeah, well, Rio is really just trying to get the wheels back on in a way. He's had a slide. He was, briefly touched on the top 5 a little earlier in the season. Now he's down to number 10, and he needs to get it all going again and get that mojo back.
Yeah, well, this will suit him well. Conditions like this, like we saw Morgan Siblick, similar kind of weapons, high impact turns in the pocket, beautiful rail work that he can call on. Also, not scared to go to the sky.
No, he's got a big repertoire, and he's shown it at various stages. Just needs to get a bit of consistency going. I know he's working over here with Reynos Hayes, and they're just really trying to get him back on track.
We love that. We also love being back here on the Gold Coast, mate. Thank you for hosting. It's an honour to sit alongside you and tap into that massive surfing brain that you carry around as we see Matty McGilvray up once again.
Oh, it's so good to have the CT back in town, Ronnie.
Yeah, just talk to me about the feeling for surf fans around this region and just how they're feeling with the return of the Championship Tour, because we have had major events still on the calendar each year.
Yeah, we have. I mean, the Championship, the Challenger Series has been fantastic and still a huge gathering, some superstars coming into town. But, the CT is a different animal. It's the top of the top.
It is.
And there's a good vibe in town.
For sure, and for a lot of the people that were campaigning on the Challenger Series last year, they got the opportunity to compete at Snapper Rocks. But, for some of the people that have been on the CT, it's been missing from the schedule. So it's awesome to be back here. Yeah,
there's a bit of sadness around the place, when the CT, was removed from the Gold Coast, even though, Snapper's been the home of it. Burleigh is the traditional home of professional surfing on the Gold Coast, so we lose nothing moving from Snapper to Burleigh this year.
We touched on that throughout the opening day of competition. This is where head-to-head competition was unveiled on the surfing tour. You were a part of those events, and just yesterday with some of those beautiful water angles and the competitors going to work, throwing big airs, the crowd in the background, your mind does go back to some of those iconic images captured by some of the great water photographers of your era with, almost that kind of similar setup. The beautiful Burleigh walls and the big crowd on the point.
It was very, I was actually speaking over it. We used to say, we used to get 10,000 people on the beach, and there was a water shot, and I looked at it and there was 10,000 people on the beach. It was so good yesterday.
Yeah, it was fantastic. Great water images back then from Peter Crawford, Marty Tellemans, and I love those shots. Just like I said, iconic images, and we'll no doubt capture a few more from this angle. We've also got Kaipo out there on the ski, who's been giving us updates. It is, a big shift up for our man Kaipo this event, as opposed to bobbing around in the extremely raw conditions down there at Bells. Almost tropical here, even at this time of year. As we see Edgard loading up here. Really enjoy Edgard's style. Brings up a lot of flow, but still searching for a big breakout result. And a heat win on the CT, drawing up into that final section. Tricky one to ride out of. Yeah, almost hung on to it.
Yeah, that could be a telling move in the end. He needs to kind of stick those ones, but I kind of feel he's got nothing to lose out here.
Matty McGilvray has some big turns. Grew up at J-Bay, so he'll be right at home and just figuring out where to place his moves. Has a 4.1. That'll improve on his 1.43, but the quick start from Rio was impressive. 6.67 on the opener, 4.17 as well.
Yeah, Rio looks like he's just starting to feel it again. That 6.67 would have given him some super confidence going forward in this heat. As we said, Edgard still yet to win a heat at CT level, but you know, he's got kind of nothing to lose out here. I think he's just going to throw it at it.
Well, three surfers with kind of different narratives going into this clash. Rio trying to reconnect with his form, Matty McGillivray trying to continue what he brought to Bells, and Edgard desperate for a big result, and the conditions couldn't be more perfect for this matchup, Kaipo.
Yeah, here with the Oakberry surf conditions update for you, Ron. Yeah, it's beautiful out here. Waves about 4 to 5 foot. Side shore wind, about 15 miles per hour, but I feel there is a little bit of a convection with the beautiful hot land. And let's get to Matty McGillivray right here. Matty on that Channel Islands Ecotech board, some carbon-infused construction, looking light under the South African's feet. And he goes all the way to the inside. McGillivray looking good so far. But back to the conditions. Might be a little bit of convection from the land heating up, and so a little bit more of a sea breeze. And you'll notice I got caught inside a couple times earlier today, and that's because we have an east swell. And so it makes the breaks a little peaky, and there's these wide peaks that are coming through. They're kind of missing the bank there, but they're still catching us. But overall, a beautiful day. Thank you to Oakberry, the purple power keeping me fueled out here for the surf conditions.
We love that. We've seen some big airs laid down already, Kaipo, with these three surfers in the lineup. What are the chances we'll see some more?
I think with the wind, Ron, we're going to see more airs. So, I mean, cliche, right? Air, wind. But, yeah, it's the ramps should be ramping up. So look forward to more airs.
Bring it on. Thank you, mate. Thanks for the update. 25.5 minutes to go. And I think there's every chance that we see maybe all three of these competitors go to the sky. They're all capable. Matty McGillivray, you know, he's kind of, we've spoken about it before, but he has this projection, frontside rotation that he can hoik out onto the flats on this final section. And even though it is tricky finding a transition, he kind of does it better than most with that turn as we watch the replay of his last wave.
Yeah, Matty, he gets a 4.83 on this one, so you know, sticks him into second place, but nothing serious on the scoreboard so far. Rio Wada at the 6.67, everything else in the 4-point range. You know, Ronnie, there's one interesting stat that a lot of people mightn't realise, and that is that everyone basically before the year 2000 thereabouts never surfed one single heat at snapper in their life. That's a lot of people wouldn't know that. But say, say, look at my generation, like the great surfers, Sean Thompson, Mark Richards, Michael Ho, Dane Hiller, Shane Aran, Simon Anderson, Terry Richard, all that crew, none of them surfed a heated snapper. But even the next generation.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, wow.
We know it's in these three competitors, the big frontside rotations, and Edgar Grajia gets one of his highlight moments for 2025 as a CT rookie, the Brazilian taking flight. It was a lofty air. Seen plenty of highlights of this guy's free surfing. Seen him drop big scores for individual turns on the Challenger Series. But he has really stomped a beauty here in the Championship Tour.
He sure has. I mean, that was an amazing manoeuvre. And Edgar, as I said, Ronnie's got nothing to lose.
Well, nice hit beforehand too, before loading up here. Lofty air reverse, gets the completion, celebrates the turn because, you know, he's been short on celebrations this year. Hasn't had too many big results.
Yeah, and on the Challenger Series, he would do these every single heat. But getting back to my point, so the next generation, Tom Curran, Tom Carroll, you know, Barton Lynch, Damien Harmon, Derek Ho, Sonny Garcia, the great world champions of that era, Martin Potter, none of them had a heated snapper. So it's really, I guess, the changeover came someone like, say, Ockie did. But Ockie surfed two generations. Kelly Slater won 6 world titles on this side, up the Burleigh side, and then another 5 world titles on the snapper side.
Amazing. Yeah, it's been a great return to Burleigh Heads. Just allows us the opportunity to talk about a whole different cast of icons who've had success on the Championship Tour or the world stage here at Burleigh, and some great names, a fantastic honour roll for Gold Coast champions. We'll add to that this year. There's a couple of people chasing multiple victories in that mix. We just saw one of them progress through in the opening heat of the elimination round, Julian Wilson. See if he can keep this miracle run going and get a second Gold Coast title. Matt McGilvray just sort of banking it and building. Feels like it's going to be another kind of similar score for him.
Yeah, and he's going to have to pull out something here to get through this heat, because Edgard Grogier just got a 6.83, the high point of the heat.
Yeah, you can't argue with it. Nice punch on the opening turn. Nice lofty rotation. 6.83, stomped it nicely. Very different to the rotation he pulled yesterday when he needed a score. And there was a bit of time just getting back out in front of the wave. Not the case as we look at the replay of Matty.
Yeah, great single move there, and he gets a finisher. So 2 scoring manoeuvres, no doubt about it.
Probably his best wave, and it'll kind of put him within reach, I think, when you look at the higher scores for Rio and Edgard. But this is, you know, an important heat for Matty. He really started to kind of, I think, build after El Salvador. Still looked sharp down at Bells, but didn't get the finish that he was after. Was knocked out with a 17th. Ended up dropping down a few spots for a third. I always like his chances down there at Bells. He's had great success at Bells in the past. But it just it wasn't his year.
And we see, it looks like Matty McGilvray's gone to that wide bank. We saw Morgan Siblick, and yeah, I mean, he really used that wide bank to his advantage.
Sure did. So Rio up, looking to improve on the 4.17. And this wave, well, it's just got warts all over it towards the end there. An ugly one, Bugs. It just foamed out, didn't give him a big section to lay into.
Well, Matthew McGilvray just got a 5.9, but it still holds him in 3rd place. So he needs more. Not a big score required. Just 4.94. If you say quickly, it's a 5-point ride, will get him there. But the advantage, Ronnie, is that when Edgar with that 6.83, Rio with that 6.67, with 20 minutes remaining, that is such an advantage.
Yeah, I still think Matty would be stoked just to match what happened in that opening, well, on the exchange. He wanted to get himself up there at least, but you're spot on. He's still going to be making up a point, Matt, and some once these guys improve on their numbers. Get rid of those 4s. 19.5 minutes to go. This is, you know, time for Edgar to basically crack a final series here. He's going to have to repeat the performance at Margaret River, because he's had all 17ths and 2 33rds so far this year. It's been a really rough introduction to the CT ranks for him. Let's see if we can get rid of the 4 now. Building, you can see what he's thinking down the line. Big end section hit, and I like that. There was at different stages throughout his opening round heat. You could see him just trying to get to an air section and lean into his air reverse. Such a high strike rate with that move, but it's always refreshing when someone, you know, appears to be heading for a ramp and throws some power at you.
The thing about Edgard is that this wave really suits his surfing. And you wonder about his mindset coming into this. Now, he's had all 33rds and 17ths. He's basically hasn't struck a blow in this whole tour, as we see the replay here. Bit of a soft start to it. It's this roundhouse cutty there. But again, this time he chooses the more orthodox approach. Didn't go to the air, looking to better that 4-point ride.
Look at that.
Great finish. What an angle.
Love the camera work from down low there. Just adds that height to the wall. You get to see the release in the tail. Should be a decent number for Edgard. 28 years of age, breaking into the championship tour ranks, riding silver surfboards. His coach is Pedro Souza.
Now, the mindset, interesting now, is his mindset coming into this event going, I need to break the ceiling and get through the round of 32, or is he going, hey, I make the final, I could still make the cut?
Love that. Like you said, all or nothing. He's got to go big. And at the moment, he's building nicely. 6.13 in his last wave. That's pushed Rio into that second position. And Rio, he bashes that one. He's after a 6.3. And now the pressure's starting to build on Matty McGilvray. For a moment there, he caught up to the front runners. And then they just put the foot to the floor and have accelerated ahead of him. So he's got to find some nitrous bugs. He's got to get some speed out of that board and launch some big airs of his own, probably.
Yeah, well, 17 minutes remaining. Matthew McGillivray with priority, so time on his side. The scoreboard against him.
Rio's been a wonderful representative of Indonesia on the championship tour. They're first to break into the ranks and had some massive finishes. A couple of runner-ups now, including a second-place finish to Italo Abu Dhabi this year, and also had a runner-up in Fiji at the end of last season. Oh, sorry, yeah, that's right, at the end of last season. Massive results. I mean, his backhand's super sharp, but Rio's deadly on the forehand as well, which we'll see here.
Yeah, Rio, this wave here is put him into a good position now. So Rio working hard on this wave, and bang. Oh, his coach Reynos would be stoked with that one. There's a lot of feeling in this heat.
Yeah, he's just trying to tap back into, you know, the kind of performances that saw him get that second place finish in Abu Dhabi, which, you know, was so impressive. At Bells, he wasn't himself. He had a semi-final finish there last year and just looked completely out of sorts. This has been a good return to form for him.
Yeah, well, you talk about, as we see him looking at this wave now, you talk about Indonesia. I remember the massive celebration when Rizal Tanjung won a QS event, I think in Japan. And that was a big breakthrough for Indonesian surfing. As Matty McGillivray, does he know he doesn't handle the bounce there?
Yeah, that's odd for Matty. He's pretty rock solid at sticking those finishes. Just didn't really get the projection forward out in front of the wave that he usually does. Got a little tangled up in that white water and couldn't ride out. Still waiting on scores to drop for Rio. After a 6.3 to get ahead of Edgard, who took the lead.
Well, as you said, it's a pretty interesting mix here because, you know, Rio Wada has, well, he's slid down to 10, but number 10's pretty cool. Matthew McGillivray, courtesy of one great result, being runner-up to Jordy Smith, has put him sort of mid-range in those mid-teens, which is not bad, but not so completely safe going into Margaret River. And, of course, in the duration of this event, in Edgard, with nothing to lose, is sitting in the top two right now in this heat in the advancing position.
Rio's just dropped the best number, a 7. Back out in front. Edgard in second place now. Matty McGillivray after a 7.06. 14 minutes to go here. Let's get caught up with Connor O'Leary, who won the last heat, down there with Laura.
Yes, guys. Well, Connor, this is an absolute moment. Your first official interview as a dad. How are you feeling? What a week for you.
Yeah, it's been a crazy week. You know, we introduced Romy Sakura O'Leary to the world on Tuesday, and yeah, straight into trying to wrap my head around competing and being here and trying to perform. Yeah, it's been a whirlwind, but it's great, and yeah, she's beautiful, so it kind of takes my mind off competing, and yeah, I can switch on and off and not have too much sleep. But you know, my wife Steph, she's been unbelievable, and yeah, super supportive of me trying to sleep to try and compete today. So thank you, Steph, and yeah, Romy, welcome.
So cool. I mean, you've been spotted napping around the contest site. You know, so many different areas the last 3 days. Where's the most comfy? Where's the most uncomfy?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of area in this athlete zone, but I was like trying to find a little corner where like there won't be too much foot traffic, and you know, you really got to scope out the zone. And there's this weird little corner over here out of the athlete zone that I just kind of went, okay, this is it for me for a heat yesterday. She was a bit grizzly the night before, so didn't get too much sleep. But I guess that's just the perks of being a dad and being a parent. They say that dad strength comes out, and I'm still waiting for it. But yeah, it was good to get the heat win for sure.
Yeah, well, absolutely. Back to the heat. You know, surf so strong. Obviously got some sleep last night. You know, how does it feel to go out there and compete now?
Yeah, got a good 6-7 hours last night, which is great. Steph was just like, you've got to go. You've got to go away from this hospital room and go get some sleep because you got a big day tomorrow. So yeah, thanks to her for letting me have, you know, that good 6 hours. And yeah, the heat was good. I guess because the swell's east, a bit more east today. I was just kind of more treating it like a beachy more than a point break. I feel like yesterday I got a bit caught up in just trying to find the right wave, but there wasn't really the right wave on offer and didn't adapt quick enough. So today it was just more about just putting myself in the lineup where I can see everything and be able to make decisions and roll a lot and create that opportunity. So yeah, did that, and yeah, I was stoked to be able to catch a lot of waves, which is something that I feel like I've been trying to do all year, and you know, perform instead of trying to, you know, pick the eyes out of it.
Oh, well, Dad's strength and Dad brain is working in fine form into the next round, Connor. Congratulations, and yeah, we're all so stoked for you here at the WSL and everyone watching.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, big first heat win for Romy, and yeah, we'll hopefully keep going.
Amazing.
Thank you, Laura. And Connor O'Leary there, very happy to be progressing through out of the elimination round. Like what he was saying about treating it like a beach break today, adapting to the conditions, not getting too caught up on the fact that he is on a point break and looking for a wave that maybe isn't coming his way out there at the moment. 11 minutes to go. Been a couple of scores drop in, Bugs. Interesting ones.
Very interesting. Well, Maddie got a 6.4, but that didn't move him out of third place, but it did lower the required scoring rate. He now needs pretty much a similar ride, a mid 6-point ride, 6.57 to be exact. So he's put himself in the mix.
He's also kind of found the success rate, or found success in that frontside rotation too, which could be dangerous because, you know, he can push it a lot harder as we go to the replay.
He can, and he made sure of this one. Just a couple of nice, smooth moves to set this up, and Matty gets out in front of this one for the first time in the heat. So he'll be happy with that, and he'll hear the score and go, well, you know what? I can definitely get a point and a half better than that.
Just over 10 minutes to go here. Rio Aida, he's out in front, a 7 and a 6.67. Matty McGilvray desperately trying to chase down a 6.57.
The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Yeti, built for the wild. By IC Polarized, anchored in style under $50. By Apple Watch, official wearable technology of the WSL. And by Coastal Property Agents, official partner of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM.
8 minutes remaining in Heat 3 of the elimination round. Already seen some tough results go down for our top seed. One of our top seeds in particular, Jack Robinson, falling out of the mix in the first heat of the elimination round. big surprise to everyone here on the beach. Ronnie Blakey alongside Wade Rabbit Bartholomew for the call. And we've got Rio Waida leading this heat at the moment with a healthy heat score total. Edgard Gurgia chasing his best result with, you know, a long shot really to get himself above the cut line in the next two events. But he's hanging on in this one at the moment. Matty McGilvray after a 6.57 to get up in a second.
And Matty, he tried to go wide there, but Rio Waida just tailed him and followed him all the way down there. Rio with priority. Matty, he's got second priority, but he's in third place. That's the difference. And so kind of shadowing him right now, because at East Swell, Ronnie, there is a couple of different lineups.
It sure is. That wind's come up a little bit as we see McGilvray chasing the section down here. Nice hit there. Knows how to find the open face on a fast-running right-hander. Brings it through to the inside. Gets the projection. Can't stick the make.
No, I never really saw that one. Didn't see anything in that wave. It had no kind of body to it.
6.5 minutes to go. Let's check in with Kaipo and find out what the wind's doing out there.
Not what the wind's doing. What I'm frothing on, Ron. We're frothing on. It's a froth buffet. I got so many things to froth on. First of all, the crowd is incredible here on Sunday, lining the bluff, all on the rocks. That's froth number one. I'm also frothing on Julian Wilson surfing today. That's froth worthy. The backhand hangers of Connor O'Leary, that's another froth. I'm frothing on my ski driver, Channy, and my water photographer, Sam, keeping us in the zone. We've done about 20 duck dives here on the Red Bull jet ski. That's another froth. And my final froth is for a double shot, flat white, with Bonsoy almond at the Cafe Del Froth when I get back to shore. Frothy, froth, froth.
Well, we'll have that waiting for you on the shoreline, mate. Might even get someone to swim out with it. But Kipes, maybe he's providing the that little froth on the top of the waves there, Bugs. Definitely a little texture on the water, and it's not going to trouble these three. All of them have got that big air that they can go to. Rio's kept his board in the water, though, and turned out two of the better scores of the heat.
And look at that paddle down the beach. They're paddling wide. That is a wide paddle, because we see Matty McGilvray sitting way down the beach, and this is interesting because this is far down, and this is that east swell. Sometimes it just lifts up. It's coming straight in. That south swell the last few days not running down as far, and as the tide comes in, it compresses the takeoff zone, and east swell keeps it open.
Well, you touched on it too. We've seen a couple of heats through the opening round, through the elimination round, where a competitor seemingly seems safe in first place and suddenly finds himself at the bottom of the order chasing a number to stay alive in this contest. And I think Rio's really paid attention to that, because he's using his control with priority out there at the moment, keeping an eye on both competitors. Matty McGilvray finding some space down the line here. Gets a nice hit in, but just hasn't been on point with his rotations today. As Rio finds some space, throws a huge rotation, a single turn, a big make, greases the landing, and he might just improve on his two-wave total here.
He sure might. You know, we'll see the replay there. I think he's hanging on by one toe.
Loved it, though. It was just so seamless. Yeah. Silky smooth as he spun out of the turn.
Look at the size of this wave. This is way wide. This is a whole different lineup, Ronnie. And as you said, he just lines it up. Just that back leg just gets a bit wider. Perfect setup. Completely, the front leg was just a foot off the board.
Yeah, got disconnected for a moment. But these competitors just have a way, even losing contact with the board, of just sort of feeling their way through that turn, reconnecting. The back foot stayed planted to the block of the tail pad. And Rio got a great make for an excellent score. One turn, 8.17, bigger wave, nice big ramp, and great execution.
Does this signal that there's a new lineup at Burleigh? This east swell, incoming tide, we've got them sitting so wide and scoring.
scoring big time. You know, one of the biggest sets that we've seen through this elimination round. Really did well. Just checking the board, making sure there's no buckle there. He fell from a pretty solid height. And Rio's well out in front now. Should be sweet. Edgard's chasing an 8.34. Matty McGilvray's got the work to do. 2.5 minutes to go. Edgard's got priority. He's got to play the final stages of this heat. Really smart Edgard. He's got to control this lineup.
Well, I mean, look, Matty McGillivray, he basically can't go any wider.
No.
He's in the free surfing area.
Rio's already talking to the fans. Big smile on his face, loving that. And, well, get set, because it could turn into an air show. The final 2 minutes of this heat, but also heat number 4 features one of two of the most well-known aerialists in the mix. Joel Vaughan, Griffin Colapinto, and don't discount Emai Kalani-DeVault in that heat too. Here goes Matty McGillivray as the IC 2-minute warning pops up on screen. Matty gets a rotation done, but this wave's splitting in two. He is after a pretty decent score here, 6.57. Tries to force the rotation out of the lip.
Yeah, and look, he's a long way out of the lineup now, so time is well and truly against him. He threw everything at that one, Ronnie.
Yeah, he's running out of time. Just has looked a little flustered throughout the exchange.
Now, you know, he's paddling out down so far down the beach.
Here goes Edgard. Not getting it right on that occasion. Yeah, Matty's been so busy. As I said, just sort of seemed to flick into desperation mode very early in this elimination round. He's had 11 waves. Just hasn't been able to muster the 6.57.
So now we see these competitors down here. The next heat's up in the traditional takeoff zone, but you can nearly see with this, as this swell trends more east, that it's lifting up on this wider bank.
Yeah, especially with that tide. Down to 20 seconds now, as we see the wave count on screen there. And Matty, well, he'll be lucky to get another shot at it. Just 15 seconds to go. Edgard's going to survive the elimination round, it feels like. The onside announcer counting this one down. Rio Aida with some highlight moments. A big individual air for an 8.17. He's loving life. So is his coach, Reynolds Hayes. Tapping back into that winning feeling. And still celebrating, the Indonesian. And Edgard Grosjean, he'll be extremely happy too. Surviving a tough heat in second place. Matty McGillivray, he'll head to West Oz, one of his happiest hunting grounds for big results, and chase down a monster finish there.
Yeah.
More big heats coming up. Up next, the final heat of the elimination round. Joel Vaughan, Griffin Colapinto, and Emai Kalani-DeVault.
belts it off the lip again.
The countdown is on for the all-new GWM Aussie treble.
Can you believe it? The crowd goes bananas.
The world's top surfers will battle it out at 3 iconic events: Bells Beach, Gold Coast and Margaret River in a game-changing series. Who will rise to the top and drive away with a GWM Tank 300? Watch every wave, every moment live at worldsurfleague.com.
Welcome back to the show, and it's been a super interesting elimination round. Always is. High pressure. No one wants the 33rd. And you've got 3 surfers here that are desperate to avoid it. Joel Vaughan maintaining a pretty solid position on the rankings at the moment. Looking pretty sharp. He'll be out there in the red jersey representing Australia. You've got Griffin Colapinto representing the USA in the blue. Imai Kalani DeVault surfing for Hawaii. He'll be out there in the white. It's Joel Vaughan who's going to get things started here. And Joel would have absolutely been licking his lips seeing Rio turn in an 8 for a single air, because Joel made a real habit on the Challenger Series last year of going bigger than anyone when it came to airs.
Yeah, Joel Vaughan has got the aerial attack down pat, front side and backside.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what unfolds here. You know, Edgar did such a great job in that last heat of staying alive, desperate for a big result. And you've got Imai Kalani, who has been chasing, you know, a solid finish himself. He's had 3 33rds this year, a 9th and a 17th. So a whole lot of work to do to climb from 33rd above the cut line in these next 2 contests.
Yeah, a lot of work there. And look, he can do it, but he's going to need a result here. He's got priority at this point. And here's a left-hander at Burleigh.
And Joel's got plenty of speed. This is a Bonsoy replay. Gets the completion.
Unbelievable, like a left-hander, full rotation. We're going to have to go back into the record books to see how many left-handers won heats at Burleigh, Ronnie.
The heat's not over yet, but I know what you mean. As we see a Bonsoy replay of Griffin's opening ride. Multiple turns, cutting back, bit of foam on the face. But gets a clean finish there. Bit of a flurry here, Bugs.
Yeah, with Joel Vaughan on the way behind. There's wave number 3 or 4 for Joel. And looking so clean.
Ran into his coach, Jay Bottle Thompson, yesterday. And we were just having a chat about his performance. Touch on that in a minute. Let's have a look at what Imai got done.
Yeah, well, Imai, he needs to get going in this heat. Nice whipping turns, but no finish to that one. Kind of faded out.
Yeah, having a chat to Bottle about Joel's performance in the first round, and he kind of went, oh, he just, yeah, wasn't his best. And I said, yeah, it kind of looked like he wasn't in his turns, and then he also didn't have enough speed when he got to the ramps. And he said, oh, you know, forget the turns. He just didn't go for those big moves that will guarantee him big scores. And I think that what Bottle wanted him to do was really attack the ramps with everything he's got, rather than add all those in-between turns. So he's cleaned that up already. But, you know, it's a tricky place for someone who's got such a big weapon to go to against the world's best. Hard not to sort of just start telegraphing the air straight away, as we see Imai up again. And he's going to take a fall there. Kaipo, your thoughts on this heat? Joel Vaughan already taken to the sky and Griffin up now.
Yeah, well, what's happening? I'm just going to report this straight mic'd up with ultimate ears. And what we're seeing right now is Griffin Colapinto rip apart that wave. I do want to note that the surfers have moved off of the point onto the beachy section with this higher tide. We've been talking about this east swell. And so that's why you saw Joel Vaughan get that left. It started in the last heat, and it's continuing on this heat. So the surfers way down in here, way in the beachy section. So that's why you're going to see maybe another left, definitely some airs, and the adaptation that's mic'd up with ultimate ears.
Oh, we love that, mate. And just talk to me about just the height in some of these rotations that you're seeing from the water angle. You get a kind of a better gauge at the separation between the lip and the low point of the surfer's board as they fly through the sky. It must be a great view.
It's been a great view, and we've seen some really, really big airs, but I'm still, I really love how we started off this round with Julian Wilson just coming back in great form. And the air that Julian did was exceptional.
Is that the biggest one you've seen so far?
The Rio's one was pretty big too, but I think my vote's for Julian's. But yeah, there's been a ton of air. Edward Gojia, we know what he can do in the air. I'm waiting to see what Griff's got, because we know Griff's got an incredible air game. And Joel Vaughn, that left, I mean, that's one for the history books, just like Bug said.
Love that. Good on you, Kaipo. Kipes actually was right into his skate, still into it, but right into his skateboarding, so has a really good handle on all the grab variations and the different tricks, their origins. Like picking his brain about that stuff, but his vote, Julian and Rio are on top at the moment when it comes to the airs, so we'll see. We'll see if Joel can one-up them. Another guy with great variation above the lip. Here's Emai, that beautiful style. Great placement of turns. Has had some big results on the Gold Coast in the Challenger Series. Wants one on the CT to start climbing the runs on the live rankings.
Yeah, he's just got such a pleasant style. When I first saw him at Snapper a few years ago, I couldn't believe how good he was, really. And I'm kind of amazed that he hasn't had bigger results.
Yeah, he's great because he has that. You watch him just sort of bounce across the water here. He can be so light-footed, but when the section presents, he can really lean into it as well.
Look at that. Just gorgeous surfing. The wave, again, at this wave, he's looking for an ending and just fizzles. Got some good work done on the way. That drone angle really showing his technique, the fluidity of his style, and the wave just sort of petering out. Couldn't quite get to that last section.
I think it was the second last turn, the fin ditch. Probably the money turn on that ride, but built toward that section really nicely. Flowed into it. Griffin Colapinto, 4.67 for him on his opening ride. Joel's taken the early lead here, 6.1756. And Emai with a score on the way. 25.5 minutes to go. Let's see what Vaughn's up to.
Yeah, thanks very much, Ron. The heat is on, but more importantly, the power is on down here at the Mophie recharge station. Plenty of power, plenty of heat coming from this bloke. Brickers, what's going on down here today?
Oh, mate, it's a beautiful day in Burleigh, and stoked to get day 2 underway straight away, which is epic. And yeah, we've been buzzing down here. Got a recharge station for fans to come and charge their phones. You can get involved with some of the Gold Coast Pro merch, and then we've got an F1 race simulator, which has been real popular with the kids too. So yeah, lots of fun.
That's all time, mate. And I hear you've got a couple of Mophie team riders coming down for a signing this Savo as well.
Yeah, that's right. 1 p.m. this afternoon, we've got Molly Picklum as our original team ambassador. Had a great heat win yesterday. She's going to be here with Sierra Kerr and Dane Henry, one of the two of the brightest stars coming out of Australia. So excited to have them here at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Come down and get some autographs.
That's all time, mate. Molly, Dane, Sierra. That's going to be great. Come on down, power up with Mophie.
Let's go, power on.
Good on you, Vaughan. And yeah, looking forward to that. Brad Bricknell, great surfer himself. Competed in the event at J-Bay 1 year.
Oh, yeah, well, I mean, when I ran that event for the years before, Brad was one of the stars of the show. I mean, he's one of those classic South African surfers that there's so many good ones. Oh, wow, the lefts.
Emai finds a backside rotation of his own to match Joel Vaughan's. Kind of forced it out of the section, got there a little late. You know, you're looking at both those airs. You know, let's hope these guys can click off that coping the way they really would like. Even Joel's, he kind of didn't. He got a little sticky as he projected off the ramping section, which probably took a little bit of height away from him. So I'm expecting these surfers to go bigger as we roll on. And just the way this round has evolved, Bugs, with the conditions, kind of is lending itself to a real air show.
Now, the question I got for you, Ronnie, is that the score there, the 7.27, that was for the right.
That's right, yeah, just a beautifully pieced together ride. You called it gorgeous, yeah, which I loved. And he's backed that up with a 4.9 for the backhand rotation. So Emai very quickly puts two numbers together and gets himself the lead here. Joel Vaughan in second with priority after a 6.01, and the pressure's on Griff and Colapinto. And Griff, you know, he'd had a tough go at it through the opening stages of the season, Bugs, but he was back to his very best down at Bells. You know, really looked like he was going to be on his way to potentially a crack at another title down at Bells. He's had a second already, but he got stopped short in the semis.
Yeah, it was a great effort to get to the semis, and then wasn't able to go on with it, but his form was spot on. He looked like he was completely back, and the roll going, beginning on his Australian campaign.
Yeah, the last thing he wants is to turn his season into a game of snakes and ladders. He couldn't find the ladder through the opening stages of the season, found it at Bells, jumped or climbed an incredible 12 places to 14th. As we see, Imai there just lost the back foot, awkwardly goes over the falls. But yeah, massive climb for Griffin to 14th. But with a few 17ths in his bag already, you know, he's in danger of slipping a long way if he falls out of the mix here.
Yeah, there's a critical heat for Griffin. All of them, you know, Imai Kalani's in the same boat as Edgar Garogia, because he needs to make a semi or a final, and he's kind of got nothing to lose out there. I feel he's surfing free.
Yeah, he looked really alive on his equipment. We see Griff just a little too deep to make anything of that one. Joel had the priority, he utilised it. So I'll be shuffling the order priority here. Griffin will get it. So it worked pretty well for him, that little move.
It did. You know, he got Joel. That was kind of a little bit of junior surfing going on there, where Joel went, oh, hang on, that's priority, I need to take it.
This heat's shaping up beautifully. All the surfers have a decent score, a score of note. Imai with a bit of a jump on the field, almost a full point on the exchange from both competitors, and that's going to give him an edge if he can replace that 4.9, but it's shaping up nicely, this one. There's Imai, throws that rotation again.
Well, you've got to think the original rotation he threw only netted him a 4.9. Wasn't a monster score, so they don't just throw massive scores at everything, every rotation.
No, that's right. It's interesting too, you know, there was a time where, you know, if you're talking about unpredictable surfing, and you know, you often were referring to aerials when you referred to progression. These days, that, you know, progression can be displayed in so many different types of moves, and there's still sort of no arguing with what we saw from Imai earlier on. Just a great combination of manoeuvres for a 727. Good variation on show. He did show a bit of release, but for the most part kept that board well and truly engaged and locked in on the rail.
Yeah, I really feel it's you know, the great surfers really push the envelope. They move the, you know, they move the dial their way. You know, you see Italo Ferreira does it, Gabriel Medina's done it, and then we see Ethan Ewing kind of doing it the other way. And there's a real balance going on now, and it's nearly like anything goes, and you've got to love that.
Definitely. Well, Imai's just looking to drop a 4.9 here, taking that one on the inside. I guess with the swell tacking more east, you know, and these waves are a little shorter, the combinations are also being appreciated too on the shorter space that these competitors have to work with.
Yeah, there'll be a slight adjustment, you know, with the judging and the criteria, with the shorter rides, short, sharp rides, slightly bigger waves are hitting down the wide bank, not connecting with the traditional Burleigh point.
Let's see if Imai can generate a number out of the inside section here. Under priority, getting a lot of work done, having a few cracks at some airs there, but unsuccessful on that occasion. If he does have another score on the way, 18.5 minutes to go. We'll give you an update on the situation right after this Bonsoy brew break.
My name is Stephanie Gilmore. I live here on the Gold Coast. There's so much to do. Get up early and enjoy the beautiful ocean, heading to a cafe for a really yummy coffee and a breakfast, and then take a drive into the hinterland. Such a luscious rainforest, so close to the beach. I've travelled a lot in my time, and every time I come home, I'm always so grateful to have grown up here in this wonderful place of the world.
Welcome back to the show. Heat 4 of the elimination round unfolding. 16 minutes remaining in this one, and it's anyone's game. They've all got a decent score, and they're all chasing a solid backup. The next exchange could determine the outcome here. We've got Griffin Colapinto. He is chasing a 5.1 to get the second. Joel Vaughan hanging on to that second position at the moment, looking for a 6.04 to get ahead of Emo Kalani DeVault, who just slightly built on his heat score with the previous ride coming through at a 4.9. So the pressure's on Griffin. We saw Jack fall out of the mix in the elimination round. Griff's just started making his charge up the rankings. And let's see if he can charge up into one of the top 2 spots here and survive this heat. Oh, strong start as he loads up for the big finish. Great rotation onto the flats, those fins grabbing. And he comes rocketing out of the rotation. Maintains great control. 15 minutes to go. 5.1 shouldn't be a problem.
So not a problem. The first turn was massive buckets. The timing out of the lip was incredible, and then he finishes off. Beautiful. Just 2 manoeuvres, but that's what it is now. It's compact, 2 or 3 manoeuvres, no more. And Griff made that one count.
Well, that was solid. You know, a good test of his mettle coming into the second half of this clash, wanting to get himself elevated. First hit, solid. So solid, first hit, set it up. You knew he was going to go to the air. Difficult rotation. You had to milk it a little bit. Look at that. That's a world-class turn. That's a point scorer right there. And it's just beautiful technique here. Whoa, did he flick his leg rope off then? I think he did, and then he just has spun it right at the end. Oh, I think his strings come undone. Halfway through the turn, maybe. Let's have another look at the slow-mo in a second. Before we get to that, let's have a look at what Emi can do here. Yeah, just got this wave, got a little bit lazy here. He hasn't had a finish yet, Joe. I mean, Ronnie, bang. Yeah, solid hit there. And there'll be some appreciation for the power unloaded on that final move. Joel Vaughan getting himself into a decent size set wave and loading up. What's he going to throw at the panel? Gets some release, but again, just doesn't get off the ramp the way he wants. The lip just grabbed him. But I'd love to see a replay of Griffin's final move. Looked like the leg rope string had come undone. The leash string is unwound. He just flung that thing off. Wow, that's high impact. That's how spirited the rotation was. Here it is, Ronnie. Run us through it. Yeah, it's completely... He's unleashed. Unleashed on the final section. Wow. But it didn't matter because he hung on for the finish. But does he know about it? Maybe not. 13 minutes to go, and Griffin has dropped an excellent score, an 8.5. He's fixing his leash string up now. That knot's come undone. Oh, wow. 8.5, 6.67. Griff makes the jump from third place up into the lead. Emi in second now after a 7.9, and Joel Vaughan, he's got to find a 6.04 in 12.5 minutes. Let's throw it down and hear from the winner of the last heat with Laura Enover.
Yes, Rio. Hey, amazing surfing. That was such an incredible heat to watch. You know, you've had an incredible start to the year, then a couple of tough losses. What was your approach going out there today?
Trying to take step by step, you know. I feel like my first wave, I did take a first step, and then the boys was kind of catching a lot of waves, and then I felt that, oh my gosh, you know, here we go again. And then I saw Edgar got 6.8 or something, so I was like, oh my God, I feel like I'm in the bad position again. Now, mentally, I wasn't okay, to be honest, since El Salvador, Bells, I feel like I feel like I didn't want to compete and stuff, you know. I don't know what happened there. And I don't know, I just lost the hungry to compete and stuff. And then, I don't know, I was study, I was excited to come here, and then but now I was like, I don't want to compete, you know, I don't want to be here, and then I don't know, everything wasn't going my way, but I don't know, today, I don't know, my goal today was just to take another small step, and then, I don't know, just trying to enjoy my journey. I guess I'm not always perfect, you know, everyone says, oh, this is your event, like bells, you know, I felt like a lot of expectation that I would make more than semis or something, because last year I got semis, and I don't know, I felt like I put a lot of pressure on myself, and then when everything doesn't go my way, I felt guilty or something. So I don't know, this year, especially I feel like this event also, you know, everyone's put so much expectation on me, and I felt like kind of took a step back. I did, and then I guess I talked to my coach, my team, you know, my trainer. I did talk to my mom and my brother and my manager, you know, everyone, my shapers and stuff. So I don't know, to be honest, I'm just really grateful to have a amazing team, you know. I don't know, I'm just blessed, you know. I'm so thankful everyone that's supporting me, and today is today. I'm happy, got 8 and 7. I should be happy, and the next one, I'll take another small step to get better, so let's see.
Wow, absolutely amazing. It's such an emotional roller coaster, and yeah, you're doing an amazing job. How are you feeling now? Does it feel like just sometimes you get those glimmers that make you know you're on the right path?
I feel like I'm in the right path, you know. I feel like I'm not top 5 guy or something, but, you know, I did try to remind myself that I'm a rookie again or something, you know, I feel like just be nice to myself, I guess, and today it was a good one, and then I feel like, I don't know, maybe tomorrow I'm gonna compete, let's see. I feel like, I don't know, the last 5 minutes, I feel like the hangers come back, and I feel like, okay, I want to win again or something, so let's see, you know, today is today. I'm happy. I think they're gonna have express session, so I'm excited to surf and have fun, I guess, and just keep working. I'm gonna hit the gym. I'm gonna surf more and talk to my team, and you know, just keep it positive and keep working. And my goal is to win, so let's do it.
Amazing work. See you into the next round, Rio.
Rio, really honest there, Bugs, and just trying to reconnect with the competitive hunger that's seen him claim a couple of runner-up finishes now. But he shouldn't sell himself short. He had a 9th place finish on the tour last year. Overall, he is someone who's got a lot of growing to do in his performance. And obviously, like Laura said, dealing with the emotional roller coaster that is the championship tour for a competitor.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it's such an insight to say that he actually didn't want to compete, he didn't want to be here. I saw him to Reynolds Hazer yesterday, and he was kind of trying to explain that, but only when I heard it from Rio did I understand what Reynolds was actually telling me.
Yeah, huge. But, yeah, he looked really sharp there. Big smile on his face. Also, tactically, he was right in that heat. He was tracing his competitors when he had priority. He was in the battle.
Well, talk about in the battle. Imai Kalani, Duval has got himself in the battle with that 6.63. So now Joel Vaughan needs some work done.
Yeah, Imai has been super busy in this one. This is his 12th wave, and he throws a great finishing turn on it. Joel Vaughan, you can see he's just begging for a ramp out there. He's really hoping that he gets one big section to throw down. 7.73 the requirement. Waiting for scores for Imai, who needs a 7.91 to get himself into the lead. Let's have a look at the GWM. A heat recap. Joel Vaughan took the early lead, taken to the sky on the backhand.
And then we see Griffin absolutely put this one away. He got himself in such good form. And this is his first wave. So this is the 6.667.
Yeah, solid stuff. Imai's had some great moments as well. A 7.27 for this one. Love that fin ditch. Great flowing style and fantastic repertoire as always.
Oh, it's so good. This is the wave that set him apart. And as you said, the eagle-eye commentator saw the separation of the string from the surfboard. No one else saw it.
Mate, it's impressive, but we also kind of felt that this heat might turn into a bit of an air show. There's been a nice mix of that flowing combo approach from Imai and the high-flying approach from Griffin, Joel, and even Imai taken to the sky at one point. So it's been a lot of fun to watch. But this is actually going to be our last heat of the day. Won't be going into the round of 32 for the men, those head-to-head heats, or the round of 16 for the women. We'll give them the opportunity to get out in this lineup and have a bit of fun. And here goes Griffin, just looking to shut this heat out. 6.5 minutes to go. Another one of those competitors who talked about his form being there, losing out in close exchanges through the first few events, 4 events of the season. But it all clicked down there at Bells. Semi-final finish there, and you know, he's looking like the Griffin Colapinto that we've come to know the last couple of seasons, who's finished 3rd 2 years in a row on the Championship Tour rankings.
Yeah, well, Griffin's back for sure. This has been a great performance. He's looking good in first place, but there is 6 minutes remaining. So some dangerous customers still there to take care of. Joel Vaughan is the real danger, sitting in 3rd place. And a great ride here again by Griffin Colapinto. Will it go into his top 2?
Yeah, possibly. I mean, some quality turns there. Looking at the GWM recap, you know, he had a bit more speed as he powered down the line on his 6.67. But this is, Joel's an interesting one, because in these kind of conditions, especially with, you know, things moving around to more of an easterly direction in the swell and that light wind blowing, if you don't have him comboed, you're in real danger of being overtaken with a single move.
Yeah, well, he's got priority now. And, you know, we've seen him sort of fishing around. As you said, he's looking for a ramp. There's no doubt about it. Just under 5 minutes to go now.
There's his dad. Watching on, looking a little nervous.
Well, he's had a bunch of 9ths, Joel.
Yes.
Which are keepers.
He's done a good job at, you know, avoiding those early round exits. 4 9ths and a 17th.
That's pretty solid.
It does, and it's kind of held him up there in 12th position, but we mentioned that before. You know, there is a lot of room for movement just outside the top 10. A lot of surfers haven't had the consistency of Joel in progressing out of these earlier rounds, but they've banked bigger results at certain venues. So, you know, if he drops the 33rd here, he could see himself drop a long way, maybe even outside the top 20, if there's a big push from those surfers that are kind of struggled through the first lot of events.
He would probably need a lot of things to go against him for that to happen.
Exactly. But it's just not what you want. You don't want to drift closer to that cut line heading to stop number 7.
No, definitely.
And this is a venue that, again, I think all the competitors want to believe that they can fetch a solid result, but deep down, I think even they put a circle around certain stops on the schedule and go, okay, that's going to be one of my better opportunities to turn in a great performance. And this is it for Joel.
Yeah, and you've got to hit those marks. The ones you target, they go, I can make a final here, where you've got to get at least a quarterfinal.
Colapinto has a look at trying to improve the 6.67 there, unable to find anything to tap into. He gets out of there, back to the takeoff zone for him. We've got the Stone and Wood post show coming up next. Plenty of big talking points after moving through the elimination round for the women and the men. Imai up at the moment. Can he up the requirement? Can he get to first spot? Bit of light rail work there.
Yeah, nice surfing, but won't go into his top 2. All eyes on. There's no one can do anything about Joel Vaughan. He's got priority. He's got a roving commission. He can be exactly where he wants to be. 2.5 minutes remaining.
21 years of age. I know his brothers are here as well. Zach, Curtis. His younger brother Huey, already a superstar, but likely he'll be joining the CT ranks at some point.
Yeah.
Such a talent. 2 minutes to go. Can Joel chase down the ramp that he needs here? 7.73. I think his best numbers have come on those bigger individual turns throughout the season. So he's not too concerned about finding a runner that's going to offer multiple sections. Oh, I think he'd actually prefer an oncoming section with a big ramp for the big Hail Mary.
I think that's what he's looking for. He needs a pretty decent score, a 7.73. I mean, you say quickly, he needs an 8 just to get himself there.
Okay, he's charging. He's charging to get himself positioned here.
Paddling with a little bit of intent, looking, no go there. Didn't think that wave was worthy.
Yeah. It's like he's in the street on his BMX, hoping that someone's got a bit of plywood and a couple of bricks. That's what he's after, Bugs. He wants to take flight.
And then you got Emily Kalani, who desperately needs a result.
Yeah, this is intense. 45 seconds to go here. Griffin sitting pretty at the moment. He's got that second priority, so he can still control Emai Kalani, even if Joel can drop a massive number here.
Well, a bit of movement in the camp. There's a decent looking set. Is it wide? Is it on the money? A little crumble there. We see some action down the line.
Well, here we go. Joel Vaughan loading up. Big section standing up. Throws his board into the rotation. It's a clutch move, but is it high enough? Is the landing clean enough to fetch him a 7.73? Griffin Colapinto going to work on an insider, just holding Emai Kalani off. And it looks like Emai might have got a wave on the outside too.
Well, it's going to come down to the comparison to the 6.17 that Joel Vaughan got earlier in the heat.
Look, it's impressive to even get the make in that situation when you need the score, but it's felt like for Joel in this heat, for me, Bugs, you know, he was presented with some ramps and he never actually launched off the lip the way he would have loved to get the full height that he needs. Such an impressive turn, super inverted, tail high, enjoying that Bonsoy replay. The fans, they went mad for it.
And, yeah, Griff just puts this one to bed with another scintillating ride. So Griff and Colapinto coming alive at Burleigh. The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro is there for his taking.
Yeah, really solid effort on that final ride from Griffin. Just the depth in his bottom turn, finding some space from the wall, getting a nice vertical approach. And Emai got in on the exchange as well.
Yeah,
nothing substantial on that ride, though.
Don't see that improving on a 6.63, which is his second highest score. Joel Vaughan waiting for kind of a miracle score to come in.
Yeah, they'll be comparing that air, that absolute monster fin blow on the final section to the 6.17 he had earlier. Also probably making some comparisons to what Emai did on his 7.27. And it's got to get pretty close to Griffin's 8.5. You've got to think of that. That was an unbelievable ride. The scores just come through. 6.97, and that's not enough. So Joel Vaughan, you've got to give him raps for the effort on the final move.
Wow.
It was his best ride, but not enough to turn the heat. And Emai is going to survive what was a really important heat for him in second place.
Yeah, fantastic heat. Griffin, Emai, Joel, what an awesome spectacle they put on.
Numbers coming through for Griffin Colapinto. Looks like he might improve on his heat score total, Bugs. A 7.23.
Oh, wow.
Awesome stuff there for Griffin Colapinto. Rebounding beautifully after getting pushed into the elimination round. An impressive turnaround for him. And Emai will be thrilled too to be moving through to the next round. We've still got the Stone and Wood post-show coming up. We've just seen our last heat for the day. And there is so much to talk about. Some big performances, some massive upsets. So don't miss it. as the fans down here on the Gold Coast relish the opportunity to get the signature of their favourite surfers. Another exciting morning here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. There's the heat score total, so close between second and third. Joel Vaughan out of the mix, Emai Kalani and Griffin move on. Stone and Wood Post Show just around the corner with Bugs, Joe and Felicity.
It is time for the Stone and Wood Post Show. A quick day of competition, but very consequential. Burleigh Heads woke up blazing hot, and the elimination round, well, changed some of the storylines of this event. Talk about wild cards, not underdogs, more like headline thieves, as we saw today here at Burleigh. Even saw some lefts. Thanks for being with us on the Stone and Wood Post Show. Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier, World Champ Hall of Famer, one of our heroes, Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Bugs, what a day at Burleigh, creating new history, new stories today. What really popped out for you?
Oh, wow. It was a short day, but obviously that wild card attack, you know, I mean, when I heard that Morgan Siblick was in that heat, I went, oh, man, this got gnarly, you know.
Yeah, a lot of great energy when it's elimination day, Flick, with the women trying to avoid those thirds. Tough one again for Nadia Arostarbe. The tour is so gnarly these days. It feels like you're competing for a final at every round.
Yeah, there is no easy heats, and we hear the athletes talk about it all the time. You know, every heat draw, it's hard, and you've got to go all out. You know, we sent 6 surfers home this morning, and it's tough. The conditions were good, though, and the performances were next level.
Let's focus in on elimination. Heat number 2 for the women. Wow, this one was extremely scrappy here at Burleigh Heads today. Brisa Hennessy off a huge result at Bells, moved up to number 8 in the world, but ended up in 3rd place.
Yeah, this was pretty shocking, right? I mean, you spoke to her performance there. She dropped the 9.4, I think it was in the quarterfinals, and, you know, one of the best waves we've seen. And then she just went down to Lakey Peterson and Bella, though. They both put on great performances. Lakey, you know, one of her better ones, 7.33 and a 6.43. And she just said, you know, it feels good to, you know, make these heats and get these wins because I feel like my surfing's there. Then we had Bella as well. I mean, Bella, she's obviously still got that knee brace on, but getting the job done. I mean, obviously there must be a little bit of a niggle there, but it is so unfortunate to see Brisa go down because, yeah, she was trending up in the rankings, right? And she's still sort of in that. There's a bunch of girls, I think it's from 7 to 13, and there's only 2,000 points sort of separating them, right? And when you think about that cut coming up, I just think things are getting tight, and that would have been a heat that would have been so important for Brisa to advance out of, but yeah, Lakey looking strong that morning.
And great to see Lakey in this kind of form. Bugs, I mean, with Brisa out at world number 8, Lakey at number 9. So that is a little more painful knowing that Brisa's got those people right behind her advancing through to round of 16.
Yeah, that was a wild finish to that heat. And, you know, Lakey Peterson, she's always been one of my favourite surfers, but she's surfing with such intensity in this event. Like, she is here. It's all business.
There's something about that, right? When you've seen Lakey Peterson as long as we have, and there's something extra, you know, after having an extended off season, getting a wild card to kick off this year. You know, she's taken everything so seriously and even losses more seriously. She was devoed when she lost early in El Salvador. She's feeling her form, and she's certainly at the top of her game.
I think, you know, there's a couple of changes. You mentioned it. She had that off-season, right, where she really got to focus on her surfing, try and improve it. She took on the new coach, Leandra Dora, and I feel like, you know, sometimes it just takes a couple of different things and things start clicking again. You start to find that so-called purple patch where you're on a roll, and it feels like Lakey's sort of coming into that era.
Now it's time to focus in on the Boost Mobile heat of the day. This lived up to the expectations. A couple of big wild cards. Throw in Jack Robinson. This was like a surf movie, Bugs, first thing in the morning.
Yeah, it was wild. There's Morgan. He just popped up out of nowhere, and it was gnarly. Jack got off to the good start. Just sort of got overwhelmed by the wild cards in the end.
Yeah, 5.33 for Jack. And he's never lost in the elimination round since he's been on tour full time. He was just kind of rattled by the momentum of Morgan Siblick and Julian Wilson.
It was a masterclass by Jules, right? I mean, I think that heat was won within the first 2 minutes before waves had even taken off. You could see the intention of Julian, and then with this kind of performance, just absolutely sending it to the air, not once, but 3 times, and showing so much variation. I mean, he is back with a vengeance, and I mean, Morgs as well. You got to give him credit. Wild card, last minute call up, and absolutely getting the job done. I mean, this was, as an elimination round, Joey, we came into the booth and we're like, what, are you kidding me? This is an elimination round right now. What a doozy.
The stacked wild cards. Morgan, former number 5 in the world. Julian, former world runner-up, along with so many other accomplishments. He made the statement, Bugs, that he wants to be back on tour. He's really showing us that he's really backing up that call.
Well, he showed the whole world that. And another feature of this heat, it was the first time all day that they showed with this new east swell that wide bank came into play. And both Julian and Morgan snagged a couple wide ones.
Going from a Bells victory to an elimination round loss, a tough blow for Jack Robinson. He's living right here on the Gold Coast these days. His first time he's been in the elimination round in a couple of years, but first time he's ever been eliminated since he's been on tour full time. We don't count that 13-year-old wild card story when he was just a Grom with Kelly at Karamas, but it's a wild story when you're on top of the world, world number 3, and then out very early.
It's difficult because you mentioned it, right, Joey? This is now where he lives. He's in his own bed, and you come back here after a win at Bells, and you're thinking, okay, great. I'm surfing on home turf here. I get to go home at night to my family, sleep in my own bed, and you think, I'm sure at least going to make finals day here. Things are flowing, but I mean, this one's going to sting. He's just going to have to reset, and he's going back to his original home of Western Australia in the next event. So he'll have to just sort of shift that mindset, and I'm sure he will be able to do that.
Exactly, yeah. 2 big wins for Jack there. Be defending event champion when he goes home to the West. Well, we've already gone into 2 big days of competition, first 2 days of the waiting period. Let's bring up the Surfline charts to see what we have in store for Monday morning and beyond. Bugs, this waves look really fun the first couple of days, and looks like we've got some more to look forward to.
Yeah, it's kind of like just trending in this same zone. Nothing major on the cards, but we're keeping an eye on things as they develop throughout the week. It is going to trend more easterly, so the good thing about an east swell is that we get pretty much all of it. The south swells give us a glancing blow.
As we focus in on the next 4 days of the waiting period.
Yeah, and look, it makes sense today. We punched through those 6 heats, but I mean, you look at the rest of the waiting period, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, easily 4 foot every day, offshore in the morning, and then, sideshore in the Arvo, but the good thing about Burleigh is it's protected, so you're still going to have clean wave faces, plenty of opportunity on offer.
Looking forward to it. Still making a call first thing in the morning to see if we can get some big heats out there. A couple of giant ones really standing out for us. The Hydrolite heats to watch. Oh my goodness, we get this. World number 1, Italo Ferreira taking on the wild card trials winner, Julian Wilson. Bugs?
Oh, wow. I mean, it's like Julian's gets this floating, time bomb in the whole event right now. And wherever he landed is going to be gnarly. And he landed with Italo, but Italo yesterday, he's surfing next level.
Julian Wilson is undefeated against Italo, 4-0 at the CT level. However, Italo wasn't a world champion yet. Things have changed since those early meetings that they had all over the world. Julian seemed extra inspired when he heard about that matchup. I think he really wanted to beat him in the opening round. Then how about this? Hydrolite heat to watch. Katie Simmers, Steph Gilmore.
This is so cool. I mean, we saw them in the opening round matched up together, and that was fun. We had Luana in there in the mix, but now we get to see these 2 women head to head, which is rad because there's, Katie no doubt has drawn inspiration from Steph. She's been vocal about it, that Steph's one of her biggest inspirations. And that opening round heat, it was splitting hairs between Steph and Katie. So this right now, I mean, it's just those 2 women in the water, and I know that Steph is as competitive as ever. She's going to want to not lose to Katie, the current reigning world champ. So we've got the GOAT taking on the reigning world champ.
How good is that? This teenage phenom going against the silky smooth icon, Bugs.
Well, yesterday Kate was in her post-interview, I think, was saying, hey, is there a chance Stephanie and I can meet in the final?
Yes, she did. She actually wanted that to be a final, and she brought up, with total honesty, these extra nerves that she had when she had Gilmore next to her in the opening round.
Well, it's for good reason, because Steph, obviously Gold Coast girl, grown up here, honed her surfing on right-hand point breaks. I mean, it doesn't get any more deadly, right? Matching up against probably the greatest of all time, and out on a point break where her surfing just suits it to a T. And someone like Katie, who probably hasn't really spent much time here, even at Burleigh. So it's going to be a great matchup. I'm sure they're both going to bring it.
Wow, can't wait. We've got Katie surfing like firecrackers and Steph surfs like jazz. I'm looking forward to that one as we dive into the Vissla CT Shaper rankings, coming into stop number 6 of the season. Lost Surfboards, just unbelievable. The last couple of years, still with an enormous lead. Sharp Eye in second. Channel Island Surfboards sitting pretty in the 3rd spot. Britt Merrick's on hand along with Brent Power to support their team. DHD, and it's been this real cool resurgence of JS Industries, bringing more team riders than ever, into this season.
Yeah, I mean, obviously a lot of points. That last event, Kanoa, the second there, riding the JS, and that JS looked really beautiful under his feet. And I think he actually mentioned that it was a replica of one of Joel's boards that he was riding, so that's pretty cool little intel to note as well. But yeah, resurgence of JS, let's go.
And when you come to the Gold Coast, it's pretty easy to get a world-class board and often easy to catch up with one of the best in the world. Darren Hanley always loves a chat. Vaughn Blakey was able to catch up with him.
Innovators, creators, Whistler is a proud supporter of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, and they've got a wonderful activation down here on site at the comp, which is the Whistler Shaping Bay. And guess what? DHD is in the house, and he's going to be shaping today with the winner of the bell, mate, one of your team riders, Isabella Nichols.
Yes, she won the bell. That's probably the 16th bell we've had at DHD, and she's going to come down. We're going to replicate the board that she won bells, a little 511 DNA, the one that Mick Fanning's been riding to all those victories, and Stephanie Gilmore. So she's coming down. She's bringing the bell. So if you want to come down, watch me shape this board with her and get a photo of Isabella with the bell. So one-time opportunity on the Gold Coast to see Isabella with a bell.
Oh, that is all time. What time's that going down?
That's at 12 o'clock today. So, they'll have a few little things going on around here. So come down, check out the comp site. It's unbelievable. And then come and get a photo with Isabella.
That's all.
Watch me shape a board.
Let's watch you shape a board in this place, mate. I love the sound of that. And yeah, congrats on that magic carpet and all those bells, mate. Where have you got? Have you got any? Have you got any at your place?
No, you got to win it to ring it, you know. And to tell you the truth, I've never rung the bell. I'm superstitious about that, so I just let them ring the bell, let them have the glory, and I'm just a shaper, man.
You just stick to the planer, mate. That's make that racket in your own way. But there you have it. 12 o'clock, Whistler Shaping Bay. Create, innovate, get it done. Come on down.
What a great opportunity. Thank you, Vaughn and Darren Hanley. That's in about a half an hour from now. It's rare to be able to see that live. You know, one of the best shapers in the world. You could actually ask him questions as he's building that surfboard, Bugs. How cool is that?
Yeah, it's a really cool thing. I mean, I've seen Darren, since he was a grommet growing up, and he did his apprenticeship under Murray Burton, and then broke out in his own and to become a world-class shaper. And he's got a pretty good stable over the years.
He certainly does. Well, one man that's been helping Matt Biolis win all these shaper rankings year after year is Griffin Colapinto, coming up with a crucial heat win. He's on the glass with Laura Ennever.
Yes, Griff, that was a crucial heat, just as Joey said then. But talk us through it, because I know your back wasn't up against the wall, but there was good scores getting dropped. It's the elimination round. How are you feeling, and how did you manage to turn it around?
Yeah, it was a little scary heat for sure. A little nervous at the start just because it was trippy. The bank was changing, like where the good waves started coming. Like it just like kept going further and further down the point, and so it was interesting, like having to adapt to that. And then I think Joel started with a really good score down at the bottom, so it was instantly like, oh whoa, we got to go check this zone out. And then yeah, those guys started throwing heat right away, and so it was just instantly on.
But then to turn it around with that 8.5, talk us through when you took off on that wave. Were you just thinking or not thinking, or what did you do?
I was definitely like confused before that wave because Imai was up the point and then Joel was down at the bottom, and then there was kind of like that in between where I thought the good waves were coming in, and they're both like sitting away from me, and you kind of want to, like, when you have priority, you want to be able to kind of take a wave off another guy. And so it was like almost like just trusting that where I was sitting was going to be where the best wave came. And then eventually it showed up. I was like, oh, here it is. Yes, trusted it. Here it is. And then, yeah, first turn felt really good. And then it was like, okay, I could either like just do a nice solid finish and get a 7, or I just go for it and like put it to bed, And then I realized, I've already had heats this year where I've lost like super close, and everyone's surfing so good. So I think just from the lessons I've already learned, it was already like ingrained, like, okay, you go for it, So yeah, it paid off.
Amazing. And then it looked like you just clicked into gear, and talk us through that confidence coming off bells, obviously not getting the wind down there, but just to come here and be in the elimination round, and then yeah, obviously a roller coaster.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's a roller ride. It's pretty fun though. Just the ups and downs, and yeah, the emotions that come through it all is pretty cool. And just following my personal legend, just like everyone else. So yeah.
Amazing. Well, the belief is there. Into the next round. Congratulations.
All right. Thanks, Laura.
Thanks so much, Laura. Always great words of wisdom, kind of well beyond his years for Griff. He is not afraid of journaling. He could keep it private. He'll post it. He kind of wants to share that high and low journey that you have on tour with everybody. And I really think that's helping him actually face it, look at it. Sometimes those losses you just want to hide. You don't want to show anything, any weaknesses to your opponents. And for Griffin, he's sharing the journey, and it's really working out for him, Bugs.
Well, look, he's an outstanding young man, and, I've always felt that he's been, wears his heart on his sleeve. he's been always open and honest about where he's at, and yeah, I mean, just such an impressive young guy.
Yeah, and then also the idea to will a wave and believe it's going to come. I know he's deep in meditation, Flick. Do you do things like that? Just close your eyes and hope it happens?
Hey, I wish I could. I'd be bringing him in all the time. No, I think there's certain surfers on tour that they go out and sort of the waves come to them. Jack Robbo's another one. Griff, yes, he definitely channels that energy as well. And I mean, it's just interesting, right? You just think about Griff and the performances he's had this year. They just aren't equating in heats. Bell's obviously found the confidence. But even that last elimination round heat, the other guys were getting really big scores, and it just wasn't easy for him, but he was still surfing really good. It's not a show like the results this year of his level of ability. I think it's just that he's just finding it really hard, like matched up against these guys that are also performing really well.
Love it. Now it's time for the BioGland Daily Dose. See the big major moments of the day coming in at number 5. Luana Silva off the final at Bells. Survives in the elimination round. Looked really great this morning, Bugs.
Yeah, Luana, this is an outstanding performance. She had a bit of a slip up yesterday, and today she was on form, on point.
Looked really sharp. Got the win over Sawyer Lindblad. And Nadiero Starbe ended up being eliminated. Then how about number 4? Connor O'Leary doesn't need sleep to take out big wins.
He just activates in delirium mode. I mean, it's pretty good what he's being able to achieve. Obviously, welcome the new little baby into the world with his wife, Steph. And, I mean, he absolutely smoked this heat. As far as backhand surfing goes, the precision here is incredible. Timing. He was able to find space in the lineup. I noticed that he started to shift down to that bank that you were mentioning, Rabbit, just that one further down the line, almost the beach break.
Look forward to that. Rio Waida finding himself in this heat, Bugs.
Yeah, Rio, he's open about not wanting to be here the last couple of events, but today at Burleigh, he's back in board shorts and he's looking loose.
That's right. He said he feels the pressure now of expectations, so he's trying to pretend he's a rookie all over again, just to take it all off and strive for brilliance. It really worked out for him.
Oh, he's got his hunger back, and that's what he was searching for.
High flying act, 817 for that punt for the man from Indonesia. Great job, Rio Waida. Number 2, how about Griff getting the win in the last heat of the day?
Yeah, this was really cool to see. I mean, obviously, he had the good result down in Bells, and then you're thinking, oh, great, I found my momentum again. And all of a sudden, he ends up in this elimination round. But this elimination heat, like I was saying before, it wasn't easily won. The guys were giving it to him. He had to work for it, right? And it's not, like I've mentioned, he's just surfing so good. Unfortunately, he's just coming up against these other guys that are also doing the same, but it's going to feel good for him. We saw him in the post-heat interview. He's like, yep, it's been a roller coaster, but I'm here for it.
Winning the BioGland Daily Dose, Trials winner, wild card, headline, thief. Julian Wilson wins it.
Look, the whole thing is the big catalyst, I think, for Julian Wilson was Jordy Smith winning El Salvador 8 years in the desert, in the wilderness, mid-30s, and Julian went, I want that.
That's exactly what he wanted, and he looks so comfortable. His airs are modern day, up to date with everything. He was ahead of the game when he was on tour, and still just as solid. 3 attempts above the lip, 3 landings.
It's just progression, variety, and I just love it here. The comeback is epic, and I can't wait to watch the next heat of his coming up against Italo. I feel that it's going to be a pretty special one.
He really wants it.
Yeah.
You could tell Julian is ready to win this comp. It's not good enough for a heat win. He's preparing for this just like he did when he was in the world title race.
It's a statement. He's making a huge statement at Burleigh Heads, and, he wants to get that letter in the post.
He certainly does. We always want to check where Vaughn is hanging out around this place. Vaughn, where are you at?
Well, it's 11 o'clock in the morning, and that means it's time for an icy cold Stone and Wood at the Stone and Wood Bar here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro. Things look like it's heating up down here, mate.
Yeah, mate, we got some really cold beers. Great surf on. Come down and have a beer.
It's going to be a great Sunday because as well as the Stone and Wood Bar being open for business, we got the Stone and Wood Afternoon Delight 20 session. We've got signings all around the event site. We've got bands playing the Savo. You know what? Pro Surfing has delivered on the Burleigh Heads once again. Come on down and be part of the atmosphere. Stone and Wood Bar is your first stop. Ew.
Well done, Vaughno. Cheers, my friend. Stone and Wood Bar's going off. I remember first trip to Oz, someone invited me to a Sunday session. I know what that means. Going to meet up with Vaughn in just a moment. Big highlights today. Always a pleasure being with you, Bugs and Flick, and the rest of our crew. Thanks so much for watching. Enjoy your Sunday. We're going to leave you with the highlights from today, and join us tomorrow morning at 7:15 local time for a potential 7:30 a.m. start, either women's round of 16 or men's round of 32. We'll see you then. This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.